Jules Hardy, and I'm joined here in Japan by the wonderful Sasha, my beautiful co-host for today.
福岡の皆さんこんにちは。I can't hear them.
You can't hear them.
No. 福岡の皆さんこんにちは。
Louder.
Yeah, welcome to Japan, everybody, and thank you so much for watching. 皆さんご覧いただいて本当にありがとうございます。そしてお越しいただいた皆さんもありがとうございます。グランツーリスモワールドファイナル、ついにこの福岡で、ネーションズカップを迎えることになりました。Yeah.
It's going to be, we've got the best sim races in the world. I mean, there's
Right.
no other way to put it. This is going to be some incredible racing today, the culmination of so many hours of hard work for these drivers. So please show them your support.
Yeah. もう朝にですね、今日はもう世界のベストのシミュレーターたちがですね、努力の結晶を見せてくれるということで、大きなリスペクトをね、拍手と声援で見せていただきたいと思います。大丈夫ですか？ Ready to show respect.
Oh, we love it, we love it. Well, I do have a question for you out there, which is, you know, you in the audience or you at home, do you think you know our drivers?
さあ、ちょっとここにいる皆さんと、そしてご覧いただいている皆さんにもですね、ちょっと聞いてみたいんですが、皆さんはここに来るドライバーのことを知ってますか？
Let's find out.
さあ、チェックしましょう。Let's look at the video.
Don't forget that you can get involved with the World Series inside Gran Turismo 7 with the bonus campaign. Just click on the Champions campaign banner on the GT7 world map, and that's going to give you the chance to win 1 million credits for each of the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup by predicting who's going to win. Just think of all the stuff you could buy with that. Don't forget that you can enter and vote right up until the start of each grand final. Good luck. Watch the World Series broadcast through your GT7 game, and you'll unlock some special in-game rewards through the Viewers campaign. Watch the Nations Cup livestream, and you could win a Gran Turismo F3500B. Everyone likes free stuff, myself included, and here's your chance to grab some.
Please welcome on stage Park Jun, Vice President of N Management Group, Hyundai Motor Company, Hyundai Motor Company N Management Group Vice President のパク・ジュンさんです。Welcome.
皆様こんにちは。お会いできて光栄です。私はヒョンデ N ブレンド集中常務パク・ジュンです。よろしくお願いいたします。私の日本語はここまでです。すみません。
Wonderful Japanese。大きな拍手を送ってください。素晴らしい日本語でした。そしてステージには山内和則さんにもお越しいただいております。And 和則山内 is with us on stage。さあ、まずはですね、このジュンさんにですね、この、10周年という、ヒョンデの N ブランド、その記念ということにもなるわけですけれども、ちょっとその辺についても聞いてみたいと思います。So, Jun, could you tell us about the Hyundai N brand 10th anniversary?
Okay, before I talk about the Hyundai N's 10th anniversary, I would like to talk about Gran Turismo. I love cars, and since I was young, I played Gran Turismo. Back in 1997, when I first played Gran Turismo, I was shocked, and I played again and again and again. And right now, my sons are playing Gran Turismo all the time, and that shows how great Gran Turismo is.
私は97年に初めてグランツーリスモをねプレイしたわけですが、本当にショッキングなぐらい、もう本当楽しかったわけですけれども、今はですね私の息子たちがですね、もう毎日のようにプレイしているんですが、それがいかに、グランツーリスモがですね、影響力が大きいか、そして大きい存在かというのをね、まさに証明していると思います。
To talk about the 10th anniversary, this year marks the 10th anniversary of Hyundai N. And also it means the 10th anniversary of great collaboration with the Polyphony Gran Turismo, which began with the Hyundai N 2025 Vision Gran Turismo when we firstly launched N as a brand back in 2015 at the Frankfurt Motor Show.
はい、ヒョンデの N の、10周年ということになるわけですけれども、それはまたポリフォニー、そしてグランツーリスモとのですね10周年のパートナーシップということにもなるわけですね。ちょうどですね2015年のフランクフルトモーターショーで今写真出ていますけれども、ヒョンデ N2025、ビジョングランツーリスモを発表した時だったんです。
10 years old, we were younger, right?
10年前なんでちょっと若いですね。はい。
Over the past decade, Hyundai N has achieved a lot of great success in WRC, TCR World Tour, Nürburgring 24 Hours Race, and also in the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. We introduced a lot of different high-performance cars like i30N and Elantra N, and now we are setting the standard of EV high performance like Ioniq 5N and Ioniq 6N.
はい、ヒョンデはですね N シリーズでですね様々な成功を収めてきたんですね。 WRC、TCR、そしてニュルベルクリンク24時間レース、さらにパイクスピークのですねヒルクライム、そしてですねいろんなハイパフォーマンスな車も、皆様にご紹介してまいりました。i30N とか、あとエラントラ N とか、そして今はですねEV でも、新しいですねスタンダードをまさに築いているというところで、それが Ioniq 5N そして Ioniq 6N ということになるわけなんですね。はい、ということで本当に素晴らしいんですが Congratulations。
Thank you。
はい、ね、では山内さんね、本当に、この写真を見るとですねいろんな思い出もまた蘇ってくると思うんですが、 So looking back to these photos, you will, you know, there are lots of memories, I'm sure. Please tell us about your experience collaborating with Hyundai and Gran. N ブランドとのですね、ヒョンデとのコラボレーションをちょっと振り返ってみていかがでしょうか。
はい、先ほどねお話があった通り、2015年に僕ら初めて、ヒョンデの方とビジョングランツーリスモを作って、そこがヒョンデの、スポーツライン N ブランドの、スタート地点だったわけですよね。
はい、
で、以来10年経ってで N ブランドもすごく定着しましたし、ヒョンデという自動車メーカーも、世界で第3位の自動車メーカーになって、なんかそういう旅路にお付き合いできたっていうのはすごく光栄なことだなと思っています。
The 10 years ago that was the beginning of the collaboration, but also beginning of the N. And since then, N became a big brand, and also not only N, but Hyundai became the third largest car company in the world. So it's really an honor to join the journey together. That's what Yamauchi-san saying.
Thank you.
Do you want to add something?
Yeah, it's been great working together with the Polyphony Digital in the past 10 years. And looking ahead, we are preparing exciting collaboration with the Gran Turismo for the next decade and beyond. On top of adding new cafe menu and also museum content, the Elantra and TCR will be available in the next DLC. Right here, you can see maybe. It's an honor to bring one of the most dominant touring car into. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. It's an honor to bring one of the most dominant touring race car into Gran Turismo. We hope this gives more people more opportunity to drive a professional touring car in an easier way. And actually, the car is displayed outside, which is the winning race car in Super Daikyu 24 Hours Race this year. And please stop by and check it out.
はい、ポリフォニーとですね、そしてグランツーリスモと10年やってきたわけですが、次の10年もさらに発展的にいろんなコラボレーションをしたいというふうに思っています。その始まりとしてですね、新しいカフェメニュー、そしてミュージアムのコンテンツももちろんですけれども、さらにですね、次の DLC では、このグランツーリスモ7にですね、ランタラ NTCR をですね、同梱するということになるわけなんですけれども、これはですね、まさに今年のスーパー耐久24時間レースの勝者でもあるわけですけれども、最もですね活躍をしている、成功しているツーリングカーをですねグランツーリスモで皆様に気軽にというか、楽しく乗っていただく、そんなきっかけにもなると思うんです。今日はね外に展示もしてあるので、この会場にいらっしゃる皆様見ていただければ嬉しいなというふうに思っていますということなんですね。いやー本当に楽しみな発表なんですが、 It's really exciting. And talking about the next decade is a little bit far away. Do you have anything to add for next year, maybe?
Yeah, I have a bunch of things that I want to say, but I cannot say anything any further at this moment. I'm so sorry. But we are cooking great collaborative things together with Polyphony and together with Yamauchi-san for the 2026 and beyond. So please stay tuned.
はい、来年についてはですね、もうちょっと喋りたいこともあるんですが、まだ言えないことがたくさんあるので、ポリフォニーとともにですね、そして山内さんとともにいろんなことを考えてますので、楽しみにして、そしてフォローを忘れないようにしていただきたいというふうにおっしゃっていますね。So anything you want to add, 山内さん？山内さん何かここに付け加えることは？
はい、付け加えることはありません。確かに準備しております。
おーI cannot add anything, but we are preparing.
Yeah.
Period. All right. ということで非常に楽しみでございます。All right, back to you, Jules.
Oh, amazing stuff. Lovely to hear from the Hyundai family. You've been involved in GT almost, no, longer, just a little bit longer than I have. And having been involved in Gran Turismo for, it's been about 8 years now, I know that being in the top 3, going into the Nations Cup, doesn't really mean anything because it can all change in one race. Right, now if you've missed out on all of the excitement up until this point, why don't you take a quick look at the season recap?
A very good evening and welcome for Gran Turismo World Series. It is time for the Nations Cup. And let's introduce you to our 12 competitors who are here tonight.
'25 is the 8th year of the Gran Turismo World Series, and we kicked off in round 1 in the United Kingdom. And London did not disappoint, and we were treated to some incredibly tight racing.
As we come into the first corner, Serrano defends Ura, looking for the outside line. That's going to be brave. Can he make it stick on Serrano? He slides. Is that moment over? But Jose Serrano pulls a blinder and wins the grand final of the Nations Cup here in London.
Round 2 took us to Berlin, Germany, where we had some exciting battles, and we also saw the start of the Spanish dominance.
Serrano leads, but Ura's got the inside line here, a kind of in the middle sector. Can he make it stick through into the left-hander? He can! And Gallo's there as well. De Bruyne loses 2 places. Jose Serrano makes it 2 wins from 2 races in the Nations Cup here in Berlin. What a performance from the Spaniard.
Round 3 in Los Angeles was a bit of a banger, as Paul Ura managed to stop Serrano going 3 for 3, and also got the sweet taste of vindication for his little bit of a slip-up in Berlin.
In we go to the first turn, Ura on the inside. No such bother though for Paul Ura. He comes across the timing line to take a commanding victory. Paul Ura wins World Series 3 in the Nations Cup in LA.
And so here we are at the World Finals in beautiful Fukuoka, where anything can and probably will happen.
さあそれではネーションズカップのドライバーの皆さんの登場です。大きな拍手で出迎えてください。 Let's meet the drivers of the Nations Cup. From Canada, Samuel Cardinal. From Brazil, Adriano Carrasa. From France, Thomas Laboutelie. From Chile, Angel Inostroza. From Australia, Guy Barbara. And from the Netherlands, Kai de Bruyne. And from Japan, Nippon, Takuma Sasaki. From France, Kylian Drummond. And from Japan, Nippon, 2020 and 2024 champion, Takuma Miyazono. From Italy, the 2021 champion, Valerio Gallo. From Spain, 2023 champion, Paul Ura. And also the 2023 champion from Spain, Jose Serrano. それでは国歌の演奏です。ご起立ください。Please rise for the national anthem of Japan.
Oh, hey, so I don't know why I was over here, but I was. Hello.
Hi.
We're like windmill high five on the way. Hello.
All right.
How's it going?
Okay, this way.
Right, okay, so I mean, before we kind of get into it all,
Yeah.
like, it's very, very close between the top drivers, but
Yeah.
I just don't think there's anything can really happen at this point.
Yes, we saw that yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. 本当にね、各ドライバーのポイント差がちっちゃいので、昨日も逆転がありましたけども、何が起きるかわからない。So where should we focus on?
I don't know. Like, it really comes down to what happens on this stage. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't want to discount all the other rounds. Obviously, they are
Right.
very, very important.
Right.
But it's the pressure. Like, this
Yeah.
is the last chance saloon. This
Exactly.
they're going to be a bit more aggressive.
Uh-huh.
You know, maybe Serrano won't hold off just because it's Paul. You know, you just don't know. I was going to say also, do you think, obviously, our Japanese drivers, obviously, we have the Japanese
Yeah.
audience here. Is
Yeah.
it going to help or hinder them? What do you think?
Of course, I think they will. さあ、日本のドライバーもね、参加していますけど、日本のこの福岡のお客さんは応援はより一段してくれるんでしょうか。どうでしょう。They will.
It's helping.
Yeah.
It's going to help. I
It's
think.
tailwind. It's tailwind.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, I think it's time that we get these guys on the track. But just before we do that,
Yeah.
let's take a quick look at the competition format.
The Nations Cup features the best 12 drivers in the world from the 2025 online qualifiers. 9 countries are participating in the Nations Cup World Series this season. Spain, France and Japan are the most represented countries with 2 drivers each. Today, the time trial session sets the grid for race 1. Across races 1 and 2, points are rewarded, and each result sets the grid for the next race. In the grand final, all drivers compete for double points, a final chance to shake up the leaderboard. In the end, only one driver will be crowned the Nations Cup champion.
You can
Yeah.
stop.
Okay. Oh, is it me? Okay. 宮園選手です。大きな拍手。宮園 on stage. So.
Fans, a lot of fans.
Yeah. You know, it's home soil, so I'm sure that will help. We just had a tailwind here, so will that help him? Let me ask. 地元です。応援すごいです。ね、日本選手を応援してる皆さん、どうですか？助けになりますか？
もちろん、昨日はなんというか変にお腹痛かったんですけど、今日はいい感じのプレッシャーかかっているので、きっと皆さんにいいレースがお見せできると思います。
Yesterday, I had a stomach ache in a bad way,
Oh, okay.
but today I'm nervous in a good way.
Okay,
So
good,
I'm
good
confident
enough.
for today.
Okay, this is good. And obviously in Los Angeles, you were very aggressive. Are we going to do this today, we think?
LA ではものすごいアグレッシブだったわけですけど、今日はどうしましょう？
今日はやはり1年間の最後のレースなので、周りもかなりアグレッシブだと思うので、しっかり周りを見ながら、アクシデントに巻き込まれないように、レースをやっていくことを目標に進めていければなと思っています。
So it's a final race, so everybody would be aggressive. So I might check, look around the other drivers, what the other drivers do, and not be involved in a crash, and just go to the end.
Classic Miyazono. Okay, one final question. Takuma, you've been with us for a really long time in Gran Turismo World Series. How has the level of competition improved over the years, you think?
まあ長年ずっとね、you know already. He doesn't need a translation anyway. まあこれまでね長年もうずっとグランツーリスモを戦ってきたわけですけど、その競技のレベルの上がり方っていうのはどうご覧になってますか？
もう毎年毎年上がってきてて、僕はもう8年間ずっと出てるんですけど、多分今年が一番レベル高いと思いますし、僕もかなりいい年なので、正直なかなか厳しい状況ではあるんですけど、やはり去年のチャンピオンとして、情けなところは見せられないので、最後は笑って終えられるように頑張ります。
I'm in the competition for 8 years,
Yep.
and definitely this year is the highest level. And I'm getting a little bit older, so I might, I have to be confident, but I'll do everything that I can as a defending champion.
All right, I think it's time that we put this nervous energy that's on this stage into something good. Let's give them all a big one round of applause before they start, and we'll throw it back up to Tom and Jimmy.
大きな拍手をお送りください。
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Jules and Sasha. Let's have a look at the points rankings then for 3 rounds into where we are now ahead of the World Finals. Jose Serrano leads it. You can see a 5-point swing he has over his compatriot Pol Ura, who was the winner last time out in Los Angeles. Valerio Gallo up there as well. Takuma Miyazono, Kilian Drummond, Takuma Sasaki all in the mix there as well. 4 drivers yet to score though so far in 2025. Surely they're going to be able to get some points here today, but are they going to be able to challenge for more positions than that? Here is your driver lineup. We've had the same 12 over the course of the season so far. And Jimmy, the momentum at the top of the table is very much with the 2 Spaniards.
Yeah, it's really hard to argue against that, really. Serrano and Pol Ura both looking extremely strong over practice and qualifying. And we know these guys, they know how to win races.
GT7_Logitech, so we might get TCR in the future update for Gran Turismo 7.
Of course, we can't count out people like Miyazono, like Gallo, both past champions, all very much capable of doing it again.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And of course, in terms of the format for tonight, we've got 2 races for you. Then we've got a grand final as well. Let's have a look at the first set of circumstances for the drivers, because of course, being the Nations Cup, we can throw anything at these guys. And we've got the brand new Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, part of the Spec 3 update that came to Gran Turismo 7 earlier on this month, in the Gran Turismo F3 500B, essentially a 90s formula car.
And with a little bit of a twist, this has an engine swap. The engine from the Espace F1 V10 Renault engine in this thing. So sounds glorious. And earlier, our competitors had to try and tame this car for qualifying around the Montreal circuit. It was Cardinal who set the early pace in his Canadian liveried F3500 there, doing a 1:15.2.
Hayes, good evening.
Early on, making his one mistake into the wall of champions. I mean, that's one way to become a champion, I guess.
Yeah, a bit disappointed there was Adriano Carrazza, and you can see the visible frustration there for him as he made his way round that final corner to come across the line, being the last of the qualifiers so far. This is kind of Brun. He's always been a bit of a hot lap specialist, and he was on imperious form out on the track at this point. He came across the timeline, and wasn't enough to better everybody else. It certainly was, going to provisional pole position. Then it was all eyes on Kilian Drummond, the flying Frenchman. Will he be able to depose Kaida Brun's quickest time? Not quite, sadly. Only 3rd best for him.
Interesting, of course, Takuma Miyazono, someone we tend to expect to be quite a sharp.
Good morning, 1 a.m. here, GT7_Logitech.
Going wide down left, just touching the grass. I'm just slowing him down slightly on the way to the line. In the end, only good enough for 4th position for Takuma Miyazono, but then dethroned slightly by Pol Ura. There was Jose Serrano, our current points leader. What can he do? Very important qualifying session for the Spanish driver. Looking good through the first 2 sectors.
Yeah, ESG here too, Unite Al.
Mighty, and just proving to be slightly too much for Serrano, who slots in 3rd position. Kaida Brun there. Yeah, that's how you want to start your weekend, isn't it? Get that pole and get that out of the way.
Certainly is. Not the first time that we've seen the Dutchman on pole position. So confirmation of the results from qualifying and indeed how the starting grid will line up. Kaida Brun is on pole then with Samuel Cardinal alongside him on the front row. Then it's Serrano, Drummond, Ura and Miyazono, Labutale and Gallo. Then Sasaki, Barbara, Inestrosa, and then of course Carrazza, who we saw biffing it into the barrier on his one and only flying lap. Bitterly disappointed was Adriano Carrazza there. No surprise about that at all. Now, a new feature, of course, with Spec 3 is the data logger feature. So
there is a likelihood that I may fall asleep, but let's enjoy while we are awake still.
Here. Different laps, different lines through the corners here, Jimmy, but what are you picking out from this?
Well, look at the lines at the top of the graph there. You can see the minimum speed between the 2 drivers. Of course, Kai with the blue line and Sam there with the yellow line. but just seeing a little bit more efficient at getting the car out of the corner is Kai de Bruyne. And it was only 0.05 of a second the gap at the end, but that was carried all the way through. You see there through the last chicane again, no difference whatsoever. It was all done in that middle sector. So it just goes to show around here, even the smallest little margins can come into play.
Certainly can. As you can see, the first of our 3 races here tonight about to get underway very shortly indeed at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve for race 1 of the Nations Cup. An amazing venue we have here in Fukuoka, the venue for the 2025 Gran Turismo World Series World Final. Some brilliant cars on display as well. The Ford GT there, we saw a Porsche 911, Mazda 787B there. That's your pick of the bunch.
I skipped him when I saw that thing. Amazing to have that here. And of course, having a live audience here as well adds a little something special, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Well, let's have a closer look, shall we, at the circuit the drivers are going to be competing on then. So, Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for race 1, prototype cars, racing soft tyres, 8 laps. And when we say prototype cars, we don't just mean new cars. We've got a right variety of machinery.
Yeah, I like how it's just a prototype car. That's the whole category, but some amazing cars in there, including the aforementioned 787B. There's Toyota GT1s in there, there's Group C cars, we have modern Vision GT cars, a whole bunch, of course. Here's your starting grid, a reminder, Kai de Bruyne, of course, starting on pole with Sam Cardinal in second, Serrano third, Dumont in fourth. And here's the car selection, the first look at what our drivers have picked for their machines. Any surprises there for you, Tom?
A few, yeah. Just to be clear about this, by the way, in terms of how the drivers were able to select their cars, of course, if you qualify on pole position, you get the first pick, second position on the grid, you get the second pick, and so on and so forth. So obviously some drivers not quite able to get maybe the machinery that they would quite prefer, but I'm keen to see, for example, a Sauber Mercedes C9 going head-to-head with the LM Mazda Vision Gran Turismo machine. I mean, where else are you going to get something like that?
Yeah, this is a very Gran Turismo race, isn't it? I love stuff like this. A wide range of cars. 787B we mentioned down below in the lobby.
Go me
to get anywhere there, but the security, they're on it around here. They are quick. Of course, Le Mans winner in 1991. Good year.
It was.
Good year, 1991.
It was, yeah. I heard that there was a YouTuber that was born in that year as well.
No.
No idea. No idea what about. A brilliant car. I must be honest, I've never seen you quite as excited about this. Why is it that this car excites you so much?
I mean, it's just something different, isn't it? It's that awesome 4-rotor rotary in the back, making that awesome shriek, and its performance too, of course.
Absolutely. We're about to get the first race underway for the Nations Cup here in Fukuoka.
Wow, we are so very close to the start of our first race of the grand finals of the Nations Cup. I can't believe it.
Let's check if Fukuoka's ready. I found a cute one. Konnichiwa.
Find the cute one.
誰を応援してますか?
No.
He's too nervous for the race. Anyway,
are you ready?
Everybody's ready. 皆さん準備はいいですか?
We're ready. Let's get this show on the road.
Thank you.
Race 1 of the Nations Cup for the Gran Turismo World Finals then about to get underway here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Let's see how this one is going to play out then. Prototype machinery and a variety of different cars over the course of this legendary circuit in the heart of Belgium. Kai de Bruyne in the Toyota GT1 on pole position. He's got Samuel Cardinal in the Sauber Mercedes C9 alongside. Then you've got Jose Serrano in the 2010 Peugeot 908. Kylian Drumont in the Nissan R92. That's going to be a tricky machinery on the lyrics, with Paul Ura in 5th place in the Jag XJR9. Then the Mazda 787B that we saw a few moments ago. Takuma Miyazono behind the wheel of that one. The Toyota GR10 Hybrid from 2021 is alongside Valerio Gallo's Porsche 962 from the 80s. Then you've got Takuma Sasaki in the Porsche 919. Guy Barbara in the Mazda LM55 Vision Gran Turismo. In a Stroza in the Audi R18 from 2016. And Adriano Carrazza in the Hyundai N Vision Gran Turismo machine. Now, Jimmy, as we said, variety of different machinery for this one. There's been a fair bit of balance and performance action going on as well.
Yeah, really tricky, because a lot of these cars, of course, would never race each other in periods. So getting them to race well together here is one of the tasks of our BOP management here. But something to mention, of course, actually had a go at some of these cars earlier on. In that 787B, very capable car around here, very quick in the corners. But that GT1 Toyota we've seen from practice, incredibly fast down the straights, but lacking in the corners.
GT7 underscore Logitech, so that mean more cars from Hyundai next year
I
beyond.
don't really know how to call it right now.
No, absolutely not. And just to remind you of the points as well, it's double points on offer for the first and the second race
Sounded
compared to
like
what we've had
IT.
so far in the GT World Series. So 6 points was on offer for the
wins in the first 3 events. Now it's 12 points on offer. That then gets doubled again for the grand final here tonight. So there's a lot to play for and a big opportunity for an upset in terms of the standings, with Jose Serrano, of course, still leading. Let's get the race underway then. The Nations Cup race 1 here in Fukuoka is go, with Kai de Bruyne leading down towards La Source, with Samuel Cardinal followed by Jose Serrano. Are we going to see any dive bombs on the inside there? Looks like Miyazono was trying to lunge through in the Mazda 787B. He's now into 5th place as we come out on the run out of La Source. Kai de Bruyne's gone from pole position down to 3rd, with Jose Serrano now occupying the front of this race. Up through the rise of Eau Rouge and Radion we are for the first time into the Camel Straight, and Miyazono's all out of shape, nearly into the back of Kai de Bruyne. That cost him time, cost him a place also to Samuel Cardinal. So we're only about 3 or 4 corners old in this race, and now we've got a change of lead because we're 3 abreast down the start finish straight. Serrano on the inside, Drumont in the middle, Kai de Bruyne on the outside. Who's last of the late breakers? Serrano it is that manages to retain the lead. Drumont into 2nd, and Miyazono somehow, after all of that drama from La Source and in towards Eau Rouge, manages to get himself into 3rd.
De Bruyne's had a mistake somewhere. It's down to P8 from pole position. So a familiar story there from Kai de Bruyne as Takuma Miyazono goes side by side with Paul Ura. Sasaki moving up as well in the Porsche 919. So a hectic start there, and profiting from all of that is Jose Serrano. Great start was really ideal for him as we're in the midfield there. Paul Ura battling against Sasaki, and you're seeing all the differences of these cars here. And Angela Stroza up to P5. Those hybrids really fast at the start here, but being held up slightly by this Jaguar. Look at that cork in the bottom of it, and they're all together. You can barely throw a towel over them.
Yeah, you can see the newer prototype cars are just so much quicker in this midsection, the technical part of the circuit. When you get onto the long straights, that's when the older machinery will prove to be beneficial. But look at the gap the top 2 have got already at this stage. Jose Serrano, Kylian Drumont already with 2.3 seconds in their pockets over Paul Ura, and you've got cars there that are separated by about 18 years in terms of total time. The 2010 Peugeot 908 being chased by the 1992 Nissan as we come down in towards the bus stop chicane. Drumont having a look, Serrano going for a slightly defensive line into there, manages to get it all up as we see Ura going very deep down in towards the chicane, just about manages to hold position, but Miyazono and Sasaki ready to pounce behind as we start lap 2.
What a sight so far in this race. Look at that gap between 2nd and 3rd. Paul Ura got a lot to do to try and bring that back from now. Meanwhile, the rest of the pack goes through the Source. Serrano leading down the hill with a gap now. 8/10 of a second to Drumont, who we now ride on board with this awesome Nissan Group C car. What a camera angle this is. Think about the power this thing has driving through the rear wheels. It's very tricky to get through the midfield, and now look at that. The length of this thing, holding it in 4th gear, 305 k's, nearly 310 k's. Look at the speed difference, almost run into the back of Jose Serrano there, but you're seeing the strength of that thing. So if Drumont can hold on through this midsection, he can attack then in the first and last with much more based around top speed. Here's Miyazono. He's trying to defend here from Paul Ura at 787B, running well so far, but there's now a big gap between the leaders and this second pack.
Gallo and De Bruyne under investigation for a collision. Gallo's down in 10th place, De Bruyne's in 7th position, so De Bruyne clearly in the wars on the opening lap there of that race, and it's cost him a fair bit, and might be set to cost him a little bit more as well. Down in towards Pouhon we go. Let's have another look and see if we can pick out what happened between Gallo and De Bruyne. So Gallo's there in 10th place. Where's De Bruyne going to unfurl in all of this? So Gallo got into the side of De Bruyne, and that sent Guy Barbara into the pit wall on the exit of the first corner as well. That's why the Australian driver is now down into 11th place.
Guy Barbara can't catch a break, can he? It seems that every time he comes to one of these, something happens, he's up off the back of the field. But shame for Cardinal as well, strong qualifying, now P10. So goes to show that car choice and that first corner shuffle all about. Here comes Paul Ura using the V12, that mighty Jaguar up into P3, and Miyazono not really defending there as the 2 hybrid cars, the Audi and the Porsche, follow on through behind. Well, what an interesting combination. 2 Group C cars, 2 hybrid cars, they both dug up the inside. Their camera cuts away at the worst time possible. Stroza, I think, has got by in the Porsche up to P4. Sasaki there still, though, in up to P5, sorry, in the R18.
Inestrosa up 7 places from where he started on the grid. He was 11th, just to remind you as well. So the Chilean really making some good ground in the opening stage of this race. Very impressive. It's only an 8-lapper, which doesn't sound that long, but of course it's a very long lap here at Spa-Francorchamps, about 7 kilometres in total, as Laboutelet has come into the pit lane then here. So clearly some problems for the Frenchman, because we weren't expecting any pit stops in this race. Not quite sure what has happened to him, but that's not a good way for him to start proceedings for the World Finals. Meanwhile, Inestrosa in the slipstream of Jura, looking to the inside down at Lake Coombe. Can he make it stick? Side by side they go. Jura's got the inside line, is going to switch to the outside line, and then Inestrosa does go through the Audi R18 and into 3rd place. That's opened the cork in the bottle. Look at it, the two followers of Miyazono and Sasaki are ready to pounce there as well.
Yeah, what a great little scrap this is. Again, 2 Group C cars taking on cars far younger than them, and still just about managing to hold on. I think Inestrosa in 3rd place now. I think he's got to try and look forward, try and chase down Drummond Serrano. They've had an easy time, I think, so far. Update on Laboutelet there. I think that's just a rage quit, Tom. 2 in 2 days from him, man. Poor showing. Don't like to see that.
Disappointing there for Thomas Laboutelet then, either way, to have ended his race early. We go through in towards the chicane then, in the middle part of it, and look at the gap there that Inestrosa has got to make up. 3.3 seconds, a tall order. What he'll have to hope for is Drummond and Serrano to start battling with one another. We have seen a few changes of position, but nothing's going to drop them back to the rest of the field. Out of Paul Freire we go, and in towards Blanchimont as we head towards the bus stop, and you can hear the howl of that Mazda 787B in the distance as we ride on board with Sasaki in the Porsche 919 into the braking zone. And look at the straight line speed. Inestrosa's got the inside line here with Paul Jura trying to attack for position, but into the braking zone. That's a car that Inestrosa is piloting of the Toyota is pretty handy, and no such threat is able to be made by Paul Jura.
So in the background, that GT1
Not
popping
sure
into
if it's
frame,
all in
Kai
one
de
shot
Bruin.
or gradual,
And
they
what an
did
awful
not
start
say.
from Kai de Bruin. We sort of saying earlier with Kai, he's really fast over a single lap, but just can't always seem to get it together in the race. And the same, I think, seemingly happened there as well. But we go on board with Miyazono again, using that draft, and they're going to be a bit quicker than this Audi in a straight line. It's slow down the straights as Audi. Look at it, really slow. Here comes the Jaguar, here comes the Mazda. Through they go, past Inestrosa in the 787B with Miyazono. Awesome pictures here as you make it through Lecom. And what an awesome little back and forth this is. These hybrids, they charge up the hybrid during the braking zone, so they'll get a burst initially out the corner, then they're slow down into the straight, whereas these 787Bs, what's hybrid, they say? Let's just burn more dinosaurs. That's how they do it.
Yeah, certified 90s moment there. Yeah. Super fast down the straight with those two cars. Inestrosa, we ride on board with him. My apologies. I said he was in a Toyota a few minutes ago. Of course, he's in an Audi R18. I need to get my eyes tested. Coming down into towards Puon we go as we ride on board with the Chilean driver. Interesting fact for you, by the way. Half of this grid, 50%, they're all former champions in one way or another. Some in the Nations Cup, some in the Manufacturers' Cup. But a very, very well-esteemed grid in this, and that is why we're seeing such close competition on track. Through this chicane we go, as Miyazono is now going to be the driver that is under threat here from Inestrosa.
Of course, both Serrano and Inestrosa both part of the winning combination for the Manufacturers' Cup yesterday, so they're on a bit of a high at the moment with that momentum. We enjoyed this battle yet again. Definitely the most interesting part of this race, this little scrap for third. As at the front, you see that Jura is just trying to get away in the Jaguar, but they can't do it. As soon as they break down here again into the bus stop, it's a big recharge zone for these hybrids. They're going to have a huge burst of speed coming out of these corners here.
Already have IT, we don't have Ford Mustang GT3 Dark Horse.
A great race so far for Kai de Bruin, as we know from pole position. He's down into 7th place. Also for Sam Cardinal as well. We've hardly mentioned the Canadian. He's into 10th position at the moment, considering where he started on the grid. He was on the front row. So the two drivers who were very quick in qualifying earlier on this afternoon, it's not translated into a strong race result for them here so far. Still a few laps left to go though, as we come over the rise of Eau Rouge and Radion. Inestrosa all over the wheel tracks of Takuma Miyazono here. So Audi R18 versus Mazda 787B versus Jaguar XJR9 as well. Down the straight we go. Jura goes for a slightly defensive line, just moves up to the right-hand side, back into the traditional racing line for the braking zone. Miyazono not able to launch an attack into Lake Coombe.
Yeah, it's also having a little look at the gap for the lead there. Drummond getting much closer down that first sector. Again, that Nissan that he's piloting, trying to follow Jose Serrano much quicker down the straight. Paul Euro setting the fastest lap of the race in that Jaguar, so there's still pace there for sure. And the lap times all super similar there. So the top 3 drivers have all done a time within 300 of each other.
Yeah, exactly. So fastest lap, but it doesn't count for much because, of course, the gap's going to stay exactly the same. So Euro, despite the fact that he's pushing on like he's left the gas on, as Piazzono's got a 1-second penalty for colliding with another car. Now that's going to be very detrimental to him because you've got Inestrosa, you've got Sasaki, all within a very close distance. So it's going to drop him down a minimum of 2 places here, and it might bring him off of the back of that group as well. Let's look at what happened then for Takuma Miyazono. So we're away for this one, then coming down in towards the first corner, side by side, and Miyazono just biffed it into the back of Kylian Drummond. That is what sent the Toyota wide at the start of this race and cost Sam Cardinal positions.
No, that was kind of brutal.
I beg your pardon.
In there, but yeah, so I wondered how we got over there. I remember seeing that, like, how did you get there? But that apparently is how that happened. So Paul Euro then, his job's going to become slightly easy now that Miyazono's off the back of that little pack here. Let's see if that 787B now can get back in touch with his hybrids now at the draft. So here's a battle for the lead. Jose Serrano leading still in that Peugeot. Behind him, though, Kylian Drummond in that Group C car. Now, this is where that Nissan has the legs. Watch that gap as we go over Eau Rouge and Radio and up towards Les Combes. The live point stands on your screen now. Unsurprisingly, Jose Serrano would increase his lead if the race were to finish as it is now. But still, 2 and a bit laps left. So we're on board with Drummond. Look at this in the tow again, over 300 kph. Almost driving up to the back like he's standing still there. He's just trying to show his nose, but from that far back, that's a different postcode. I'm not sure that's going to happen.
No, exactly. If he was a half a second closer or so, you know he would be very much within striking distance going in towards that chicane. But as you say, just a bit too far away at this point. So lap 6 out of 8, we're on pretty steady at the front end of this race. Serrano and Drummond, that gap sort of ebbing and flowing, but not really coming down to a point where Drummond is able to launch a move. And you can see coming down through this technical second part of the circuit here, that's where the newer car, the car that's Jose Serrano, the 918 that he's piloting, is going to be at an advantage relative to the Nissan that Kylian Drummond is driving.
That's a good middle sector, though, by Drummond. This is where Serrano's been sort of gapping him over the last couple of laps. Let's see what he's like through the chicane here and through the stablos, because that's where Serrano needs to build the gap. He's vulnerable on the straight. So here we are, out of the right-hander. See the drive of the Peugeot out of there, great acceleration, but now he's got to try and contend with 700 horsepower on Nissan Group C goodness. So up towards the bus stop here. Is this corner flat for Drummond? It must be in this thing at this speed.
Let's have a listen.
Oh, easy. But look at this now, really close to Serrano. Will he go for moving to the bus stop? No. But you have to think, Tom, he's thinking about something maybe the end of into Les Combes.
Feels like a bit of a dress rehearsal, doesn't it? Serrano was slightly deep in the middle part there of the bus stop chicane, but due to the nature of that corner, you can sort of gather up that mistake, and it doesn't really cost him too much time. Subsequently, he has a massive boost coming out of the final turn, going down in towards the first corner. Run down in towards Eau Rouge and Radion. It's just, again, ebbing and flowing. He's a little bit closer, a couple of tenths of a second to the better. Last time around, in terms of the lap times, literally a tenth of a second separating Jose Serrano and Kylian Drummond. Paul Eura's challenge looks to have come to a bit of a halt, unfortunately. He was in the 203s last time, so whether that's a mistake or whether that car is just chewing through his tyres a bit more remains to be seen. But either way, Eura not quite close enough. Someone who is closing, though, is Kylian Drummond. He pulls alongside Jose Serrano as we come towards the braking zone. That's as close as it's been for now for Kylian Drummond. That's his best opportunity yet to challenge for the race lead. Maybe that is the dress rehearsal that we are seeing from the Frenchman as we get ready to go into the final lap and a half of this race.
And you couldn't have 2 more different cars, could you? A Peugeot diesel versus a Group C Nissan. Meanwhile, here is Sasaki in the 919 Evo going almost into the back of Inestrosa. Dive up the inside there. Very opportunistic. I don't think he meant to go for that, to be honest, but he saw himself going up the inside. That was that. So there is Sasaki in the 919.
It's a rare sight, that, actually, seeing 2 cars from pretty much the same era actually fighting with one another in this race. Fantastic job that Sasaki has done to get himself into 4th position. 3rd place would be even better, though. More points on offer. Just another reminder for you, 12 points is the maximum for the race lead, all the way down to 1 point, of course, and double the points for the grand final. Notes tell we are, though, still from 3rd all the way down to 6th place at the moment, with Miyazono bookending this one in the Mazda 787B.
So I'm keeping one eye on the gap between Serrano and Drummond here, because that's going to be super important coming on to the last lap. Keep an eye, though, also on this fight. Ura heading this train. Miyazono has managed to climb his way onto the back of the train after that penalty, so he's not out of it yet. We've got 4 places up for grabs in this last lap of the bit. In goes to the inside. Sasaki to defend from Inestrosa. He's going to try the long way around. Is he going to make it stick? He's still just about got a nose there. Inestrosa making that work. Now it's a drag race down the source. Sasaki's going to win that one. And on to the final lap of the race. Is Drummond close enough to Serrano for a move? Oh, on the inside goes Sasaki.
Can he make it stick into the source? He's got the move, he's got the place, he's got track position. He's through and into 3rd position. But will that cost him drive on the exit? Will leave him vulnerable as we come down the hill and head in towards Eau Rouge and Radion for the final time. So Sasaki through into the podium places for the first time in this race, but now Pol Ura is coming under threat here from Angel Inestrosa, and now he's attacking Takuma Sasaki, Inestrosa as well. We're nearly 3 abreast, we are 3 abreast. Miyazono's in the middle and coming through in the 787B, gets 2 places in the space of 1 straight as we head in towards Lake Coon for the final time. Ura's in 3rd, Miyazono's up through and into 2nd. Inestrosa now, the driver who's gone from attacking to defending to losing places, as Sasaki's on his inside through the right-hander, and now Inestrosa is down to 6th.
And look who's back in the mirrors. Akira Miyazono in that orange and green liveried Mazda 787B, climbing his way back up the positions after that penalty earlier on. And now Pol Ura knows he's going to have a challenge on his hands to keep that 3rd place to the end of the lap. And then Miyazono crowding Sasaki there to the edge of a circuit. A bit late that move, but you're seeing the difference in acceleration here. That 787B cannot contend with the hybrid power of the 919 Evo and the Audi, but only half a lap to go. Maybe they keep it. Look how close Drummond is now.
Yeah, these drivers know that these points are absolutely crucial in the early stage of the weekend here for the championship. So Drummond wants to try and take points out of Serrano. Ura needs to get 3rd place to try and hold on to as much of a lead as he possibly can at the top of the table. On board we ride there with Kylian Drummond. 1 more opportunity left to challenge for the race lead, and he's just too far away from Jose Serrano. We're coming towards the braking zone at this point, and I don't think, unless he goes for a Dan-dare move on the brakes, Drummond looking to the inside. The door gets shut though by Jose Serrano, who blocks the line and holds firm as we come into the final corner. Jose Serrano wins race 1 of the Nations Cup here at Spa-Francorchamps from Kylian Drummond, and Miyazono is through on Pol Ura for 3rd place and then dragged to the line. The 787B gets a podium here in Belgium ahead of Ura Sasaki and Angel Inestrosa. A fantastic race there with all different types of machinery, and that is a brilliant way to start on proceedings here in the Nations Cup for the World Finals.
I thought for a second Drummond was going to get that done. That was a huge lunge by the Frenchman right at the end there, but just about getting the car slowed down. Serrano, what a strong start to his campaign, leading coming into this weekend, extends his lead now as well. Looking very good for the Spanish driver. Of course, I mentioned as well, Takuma Miyazono, great comeback after that penalty, P3, still very much all to play for at the end of race 1.
Absolutely, and in terms of race 2 as well, Jimmy, for the Nations Cup, I don't want to spoil things too much, but we have sort of had a taster as to what we're expecting for the car and circuit combination.
What's it you say, Tom? You've got the flavour.
I've got the flavour. I have definitely got the flavour for that after what we've just seen there. But that's going to be even more exciting because, you know, we're throwing a completely different set of circumstances for these drivers. And that race was an absolute thriller. Let's look through some highlights of it, shall we? Amazingly, Kai de Bruyne and Samuel Cardinal started it on the front row of the grid. As we went down towards the first corner, though, it all kicked off. Miyazono was a bit late on the brakes. He went into Drummond, who subsequently hit de Bruyne, sent him wide and lost positions. Then it all kicked off a bit further behind there as well. That's Kai de Bruyne, who was then in the mid-pack at the start of the 2nd lap. It sent Guy Barbara into the wall. But the battle for the majority of that race was focused on the final podium places. We had Ura, Miyazono, Inestrosa and Sasaki all dueling for position pretty much corner by corner.
Yeah, I mean, it was so cool seeing these Group C cars go up against these LMP1 prototypes. And in the front of the field, you've got a diesel Peugeot leading from 1,000 horsepower Nissan. I love Gran Turismo, man. This is what it's all about for me. But the fighting was strong all the way through. I just sent you a Twitter message. These guys changed positions about 5-6 times a lap. This was Sasaki getting by Pol Ura. At this point, Miyazono was in 6th position. But he wouldn't be there for long. Look at this draft he would get through here, overtaking the 2 hybrid cars, got high downforce configurations here. Through he goes, just squeezing by, almost getting hit into the grass. A little bit of a contact with Inestrosa there as well. He comes back onto the line and then onto the back of Pol Ura. But it was this man, Jose Serrano, leading from pretty much slice to flag takes his first win of the weekend. Dumont in second, and Miyazono coming home. That last podium position, third place.
Great start for Jose Serrano's championship challenge here this weekend. Disappointing end, though, for the man who, of course, was leading the championship prior to the start of this one. Pol Ura finished in 4th place, lost a handful of points to Jose Serrano. So, to my maths, I reckon they're going to be tied on points at the top of the table. Dumont there in 2nd, Miyazono in 3rd. Then you've got Sasaki in Astroza, etc. Valerio Gallo down there in 7th place, ahead of Kai de Bruyne and Sam Cardinal, who both started on the front row of the grid. Adriano Carrazza there, bookending the points in 10th position.
Yeah, so Serrano was leading going in, Tom, so he'll be...
Beg your pardon, yeah, of course he was.
He'll be further ahead, if anything, there. But, yeah, I mean, that's our first set of points for the day there. I mean, commiserations there to Guy Barbara and Lamutale, but, yeah, very much looking forward to seeing what comes next.
So we are joined with the winner of race 1, Jose Serrano. Hi, how are you doing? I mean, I feel like you're very comfy. You've got your strategy down, which is just get out in front and let everyone else have a more chaotic time behind you.
Yeah, the race was chaotic behind me because I
Send
had
IT again, I
Kilian
didn't get
behind
IT.
me from 1 second to 1/10, so I was calm with him because I knew that I had
I saw
a
that
good
you
car
followed me.
for the race. So yeah, so happy with the result.
I mean, it was great. You didn't know it wasn't too stressful.
Yeah, that's okay. 後ろからね、ドゥルモント選手が来てたんですけれども、自分はね、1秒から1秒間半ぐらい離れてたんで、安心して走っていたということなんですけど、じゃあプレッシャーはなかったんでしょうか So you didn't have any pressure from Kilian, you know? Didn't feel any pressure?
Breathing down your neck.
I'm really calm right now.
Really? 今、とっても落ち着いてる。全くプレッシャーなかったということで。Wow.
What breakfast did you have this morning? I need to know the magic.
It's a secret.
Secret.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. It's a secret. It's been, it's really been your year this year. I mean, what do you think? What has been different to other years? Do you think, in terms of your mindset and how you've driven?
I think I am very confident in myself. So it's the big difference for this year, and I hope I win the title this year again.
はい、今年ね、非常に調子がいいんですけど、今までとの一番の違いは自分に自信が持てるようになった。なので今年またね、チャンピオン取れたらいいなというふうに思っていますということですね。Yep.
Confidence, positive mental attitude.
You should be my teacher.
Sensei.
Sensei. Thank you so much. Congratulations. おめでとうございます。大きな拍手をお送りください。
Well, let's get confirmation of the points standings then. Jose Serrano, of course, taking the win here for the first race of the weekend in the Nations Cup. He was already leading the championship coming into this one, and now look at that, a 10-point swing. Looks like a lot. Don't forget, of course, there's a maximum of 12 points on offer for the second race, and then we double that for the final race, 24 points. So there's still a big chance for it to change in terms of trajectory. One poor race can cost you very dearly indeed. So Pol Ura there, 4th place he was over the line in that first race, but you can see there now 10 points the gap that sits between him. It means that Dumont, Miyazono, Gallo, etc. have all closed that gap up behind.
Yes, it's very tight really for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place, but that's 10 points. I mean, we do have double points, as you say, for the grand final, but that's still a decent gap there for Jose Serrano. And you saw his reaction there. It's kind of like, yep, okay, I've got that first bit done, 2 more to go.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's not the first time that we've seen some fantastic racing action so far this weekend. Of course, we had the Manufacturers' Cup here yesterday, and it was a bit of a thriller, wasn't it? We really did enjoy some exciting racing action, which went down right to the checkered flag. But not only that, we also unveiled this, the first event in the Middle East happening for the 2026 Gran Turismo World Series. We're going to Abu Dhabi on the 28th of March to kick off our year. What an absolutely thrilling prospect that is. It was announced in front of the crowd here in Fukuoka. We had His Excellency down on the stage, and then of course we crowned our champion as well in the Manufacturers' Cup. We saw Porsche starting on pole position in the grand final. We saw battles though with Mazda, which went right down to the closing stages of the race.
It did. We thought that it would be a showdown between Mazda and Porsche, but in the end it was Sato for Porsche bringing the car home and giving that manufacturer's title to Angelo Stroza and of course his other teammate Jose Serrano leading today as well. So momentum's with him. You got to say, Thomas, looking good for Jose.
Anyway, that was then. This is now. Of course, we're here in the Nations Cup. We've just had the first race. It was an absolute corker. Second race, I'm sure, is going to be much the same because we are going to the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, part of the Spec 3 update that came in Gran Turismo 7 very recently, and we're going to be in the Gran Turismo F3500B. Now, if you haven't seen this car, it's a 90s Formula car, and instead of a V8 engine, we've swapped it out. We've stuck a V10 engine in it, which makes it even trickier to drive. The starting grid for this one is determined by the order of the results from race 1, 17 laps, 2 times fuel consumption, 6 times tyre wear, racing medium and soft tyres there as well, and crucially, right at the bottom there, a standing start.
And now I drove these things the other day, and they are hard to get off the line. If you get away without wheel spinning, then things have gone very right for you, to tell you that. Here's the predicted strategy. It's a one-stop, nice and easy. Soft tyres, of course, being a bit quicker than the medium tyre, but we're a bit quicker, and then vice versa for the mediums. I don't think there's going to be any fueling needed here at all. It's all about just making sure you use that tyre properly. So there is some scope for maybe an undercut or something, a bit of strategy, but really it's going to be about just driving the thing well.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the starting grid. Then, of course, as we said, it reflects the results from race 1. So Serrano on pole with Drummond in second place. Miyazono, Ura, Sasaki, Inestrosa all there inside the top 6. Then Gallo, De Bruyne, Cardinal, Carrazza, Guy Barbara, and where Thomas Laboutelet should be, there'll be a gap because he's not participating in any further races here tonight. So let's have a look at this F3500B then. This, of course, is a car that came to Gran Turismo 7 earlier on this year, and I have to say, it's already a firm favourite amongst drivers and fans.
Yeah, if you're of a certain age, like myself, this is a bit of a nostalgia bomb right here. Amazing thing, as Tom said earlier, V10 engine from the Espace F1 crammed into the back as a Renault V10. Over 800 brake horsepower, and something that weighs just over half a ton. Extremely fast, extremely fun, lots of aero as well, of course. Definitely a skill-based car, this one.
And Jimmy, a standing start for the driver. So how does that change things? Because obviously a rolling start, you sort of negate the risk away from the lights.
Yeah, it's really interesting. The standing starts, you stand to lose a lot, because if you get too twitchy off a line, which is very hard to do because you're waiting for a light to go out, it's very easy just to give that bit too much throttle. Once you start those wheels spinning, it's pretty much impossible to bring it back.
Absolutely. Well, anyway, let's go down to Jules and Sasa then ahead of the second race of the evening for the Nations Cup here in Fukuoka. Time to go racing.
All right, race 2 is coming up, and the gap is huge against Serrano.
Serrano is ahead, but that doesn't mean anything. Okay, Fukuoka, are you ready for race 2 in the Nations Cup?
Are you ready? Genki desu ka?
We're ready. Let's hope the drivers are ready, because it's about to start.
World Series World Finals about to get underway, and the drivers then lining up on the grid for this one. Let's see how it is going to work out then. A standing start at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in these 90s Formula cars. Pole position, Jose Serrano, the winner from race 1. Alongside him on the front row is Kylian Drummond in his Gran Turismo F3500B. Then Takuma Miyazono heading the second row of the grid with Paul Ura for company, chasing down Serrano's championship lead. Sasaki in P5 on the grid, with Angel Inestrosa, 6th position for the Chilean, made some good progress from where he qualified in the first race. Gallo lines up P7, and he has got Kai de Bruyne for company alongside. Samuel Cardinal started from the front row, finished P9 in race 1. Adriano Carrazza completes the top 10 for Brazil. Then it's Guy Barbara in 11th position, and alongside him should have been Thomas Laboutelet. Anyway, all eyes on the 5 red lights then. Who will be the king in Canada as we get the second race underway here at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve? Lights are out and we are racing. Jose Serrano leads them down towards the first corner, but keep an eye out for Kylian Drummond. Is side by side, and Miyazono is in there as well. Drummond is way off onto the car park. As we go into the first corner, he goes down and drops behind Serrano for the race lead. So Serrano is the lead now. Miyazono going into second, and Drummond banging into the barrier. So he's already picked up a penalty for his dramas in the first couple of corners, and now he's gone down like a tabletop and into the wall.
There's a huge crash in the background as well. Oh wow, that was chaos at the start. I mean, the upshot is Serrano is now presented with a gap out front. Miyazono second, Sasaki third, Ura fourth, but I think Ura at the start I don't know if he touched the grass or something, but he was way too fast, and T1 went flying into the back of Drummond, and who got just shoved over the grass, got a penalty for going over the grass, I think, and then that was it. So, yeah, unsurprisingly, that instant under investigation, man, what a start.
Well, we always talk about pressure, don't we, in these events, and so that proved to be the case there for Pol Jura. And has he succumbed to that pressure? 10 points deficit he has from Jose Serrano at the top of this championship table, and that could be set to take a further dent as it stands for now. Anyway, just to look at the tyres for the first time in this race, Serrano, Miyazono and Jura are the drivers who are on the soft compound. Jura, of course, desperate to make up ground, courtesy of the fact he's on that soft tyre and needs to be in the top 3 positions, but already you can see the gap between themselves and Takuma Miyazono as he goes through for 3rd place down at turn 1. Should be nice and easy there for Pol Jura with the extra grip under braking and in the mid-phase of the corner. Anyway, come back to that in a few moments. Let's have a look at what happened. Keep an eye out for Pol Jura there in 4th place. He's going to go careering into the back of Miyazono and Drummond.
He just didn't brake. Not quite sure what happened there, got unsighted, but I mean, that's a very clear, just shunt off the field. And Drummond there had no choice.
I don't think it's saying that they will add the car to the game.
Real shame
they
there
just
for the
display
Frenchman.
that
That's
after the event looks
very
like.
strong race in race 1. Sees himself in P9 now.
Yeah, disappointed there for Kylian Drummond, not through any fault of his own, I might like to add there as well. Meanwhile, sharp end of this one, that's the joy for Jose Serrano, who's just been able to keep his nerve calm and keep his power to drive, but now he's up into the lead of this one with a second or so's advantage over Takuma Miyazono. Miyazono just sort of flirting on the edge of that slipstreaming range in this race, but certainly not close enough to launch an attack at this point. And just to remind you, of course, there are 2 tyre compounds in this one. They must use each tyre compound at least once in this race. So we'll see how that one is going to work out. It's a 17-lapper. It's a fairly long race duration, so you want to try and extend those soft tyres for as much as you possibly can, but it's finding that balancing point, isn't it? It's being on those soft tyres for as long as you get the performance out of them, but not too long, so that they go off a cliff and then you end up losing time.
Yeah, it's all a lot of strategy involved in that part of the racing here, but Serrano just eking out the gap to Miyazono. With a replay on board, Kylian Drummond trying to come back through the field. That means on the guy Barbara there, big lunge, going far off the circuit and then back down to P9. So some frustration there for sure for Kylian Drummond. And you can't blame him really, can you? No fault of his own, he's pretty much out of the race, but anything can happen. 1.7 seconds is the gap to the front for the 2023 Nations Cup champion, part of Team Spain. Of course, that format back there being chased for the double champion and reigning champion, Takuma Miyazono.
Still no word on the investigation for Pol Jura down at the first corner. There we go. I say that right on cue. 3-second penalty for colliding with another car. No surprise there at all for Jura. Right, now that's going to really compromise his race, because not only is he on the soft tyre, he's also going to be losing time, losing places as well. It's going to put him right out of sequence.
We've seen that from Jura in the past. Pressure does get to him a little bit. He does crack a little bit, and that's the grand example. Look at that, slowing down there, serving the pounds. Zaki through, Gallo through, Walker Ratzinger through as well then. No, just about, but still not ideal for the Spanish driver.
Yeah, now trying to attack and retaliate against Valerio Gallo. Down the start-finish straight we go. Jura has the inside line. Gets the move done quite easily into turn 1. Carrazza's there really trying to pick up the pieces as well. He's also on the soft compound of tyre. He tried to make some ground from where he started. He's made up 4 places from 10th on the grid there, Carrazza. He just needs to do something there, does the Brazilian driver, as we ride on board with him now, because being mired in the pack there, you might as well throw something different at it and try and make some ground whilst the field is all concertinaed up. Through the middle part of the first lap, first sector we go, as Drummond also picked up another penalty there, I can just see, for his troubles. Presumably that's from track limits, because we haven't seen anything otherwise, but it's just going from bad to worse for the Frenchman.
Yes, on board there with Adriano Grazia, Brazilian driver. Never really shone as bright as he could have done, I think, in this series so far, but himself and Gallo admittedly fans of these kinds of cars. He's difficult downforce style. We have to be very careful. A lot of driver skill needed to extract the maximum out of these machines, and both Gallo and Carrazza moving forward strongly, and Pol Jura trying to get back into the swing of things after his penalty. Sasaki in front there, just checking the mirrors, and Pol Jura comes from rocketing up behind him here. What a sight that is, breaking down. She came behind. Gallo looking to try and defend from Carrazza, does to just about, but those two are going side by side there, and then ahead. Pol Jura, now there you go. Looks easy, doesn't it? That tyre advantage really strong here.
Nicely done there for Pol Jura, makes the move clinically and decisively, exactly what he needed to do, but I think third is probably going to be the best that the Spaniard can hope for here. And you have to consider the fact that the drivers behind are on the medium tyres, Sasaki and Gallo. They're still very much within touching distance, so if you reverse that tyre compound, and we think we're towards the end of the race. Of course, that's going to leave Europe quite vulnerable now as well, isn't it, compared to the medium-shod runners who will then subsequently be on the soft compound of tyre at this one.
And Serrano right now in a different league, 3 seconds down the gap to Miyazono. His last lap time was 7/10 faster than anyone in the field. Ridiculous pace from Jose Serrano, just not leaving anything to chance. A reminder of the points awarded for position here. Of course, for Serrano, another 12 points will put him very nicely one step closer to that 2025 crown. But still early in this race here, long way to go. Pit stops to be made as well. Strategies to unfold. All to play for.
Certainly is. Down the back straight we go, in towards the chicane once more. Carrazza again falls under the wheel tracks there of Valerio Gallo, not quite close enough to launch a move. Just a point to mention as well, by the way, the pit entry is right at the end of this long back straight. It's a fairly quick pit entry, and we saw the race in the eSport team competition earlier on as Carrazza goes for the outside line here on Valerio Gallo. Gallo just about covers him off in towards turn 2, but Carrazza there, you think he'd have a bit more grip under braking, but has to turn tighter, then gets a bit of wheel spin and loses time out of the second corner. But just finishing off that point about the pit entry, very fast into there. Drivers are going to be careful to not cut the lines too much on the way in, because they will pick up a 3-second penalty if they do.
Yeah, I mean, we, again, something I practiced a bit earlier on is how fast can you box these cars? Very fast is the answer, and it is a very narrow margin to get through it at that speed. So on board with Valerio Gallo then in this F3500, 800 horsepower sitting behind us, a little bit intimidating, so nice and easy in that lap. This is spinning the wheels in third gear. That's how much power these things have. Towards the hairpin now, late down the ranks, machine gun down through the gears into second for traction on exit. Try and get a nice and clean exit as possible, and then set yourself up for a sixth opportunity on Sasaki in front, which Gallo is doing. And Gallo moving forward now, and Sasaki starting to falter a bit on that medium tyre.
Not the first time that we've seen this F3500B in the Gran Turismo World Series. We had it, of course, earlier on this season, and also last season as well, for that matter. On that occasion, it had the V8 engine in it. This V10, a little bit more torque, a little bit more power, and it's just that bit trickier to drive on the limit. That's why you're seeing drivers getting wheel spin and just sliding the car a little bit more. You can see Gallo there parking his machine on the apex of the corner. Takes a bit of a slower line through that first turn, and then subsequently slows up through turn 2, but he can afford to do that. You don't have to send it around the outside. He can't really get it for Adriano Carrazza there, but Gallo now just looking a bit more vulnerable than he was, and Carrazza again seeking the opportunity to pounce into the middle sector to dare move on the inside. Carrazza just decides that discretion is the better part of valour, but you sense it's a case of when and not if for the Brazilian to try and attack against the Italian. He's been flirting with the idea over the last couple of laps or so, and again he closes up onto the back of him as we come through in towards the hairpin bends.
Carrazza's just chewing up that Dunlop tyre right now. He's chewing up that stock compound. It's not going to last much longer at this speed. He needs to make these moves and get on with it. He spent too much time behind Gallo and Sasaki. A little bit of a love tap there on Gallo for good measure, which is probably going to set up him very nicely for a move on Sasaki. So Gallo now in the slipstream on Sasaki in front. Sasaki does try and go defensive six in the middle of the circuit, but not much he can really do about that as Gallo drives by using that slipstream up into fourth place. Carrazza's going to try the move as well. Wow, caught him unaware there, and Carrazza picking the pocket of Sasaki up into fifth place goes the Brazilian.
The driver's really aggressive over the curbs there, and he properly slammed it over the sleepy policeman, didn't he, Adriano Carrazza? Managed to make it stick quite nicely. So Sasaki down 2 places, Gallo through and into fourth position. So this is working out quite nicely here for Valerio Gallo. Jura, of course, he's in third place, as we know, but he's still some 6 seconds off the back of Miyazono, and of course he's going to owe the medium compound of tyre at the end of this race, which is going to leave him vulnerable because Gallo will be on the soft compound of tyre. So you would imagine that Gallo is going to be a shoo-in for a podium if it all continues going his way. Sasaki with a big amount of wheel spin through the second chicane, just about manages to gather it all up okay, but costs him a bit of time. So maybe a bit of frustration creeping in there for the Japanese driver as we come through the second sector. You can see the car starting to move around here now, so maybe those medium tyres coming towards the end of their useful shelf life.
Well, it's just also how aggressive you are on the front. You can really burn through the tyres by just slipping them out of each corner. It's part of the challenge of driving this absolute monster, as Carrazza now struggling to keep up with the unleashed Valerio Gallo, despite being on the faster compound of tyre. We'll check lap times as they come through to get an idea of all these bits. Paul Jura decided to come in. Does Carrazza as well in the background? Just a blur flash in the background there. Wow. Yeah, so he's coming in now to get rid of that soft tyre. Gallo, this is a lap for him. He needs to get this right. This will be a strong lap for him. Same for Sasaki as well. But for Carazza, he's had his best tyre now. Really got to just try and see what he can do from here.
Yeah, damage limitation, isn't it, for Adriano Carazza? He tries to do something different. It's sort of half worked out for him. He'll gain a few more places compared to where he started this race, but I don't think it's going to be a challenge for the podium for the Brazilian driver. Watch him prove us wrong. Here is Paul Ura then coming out of the pit lane, careful of the white line on the exit there. Another place where you can pick up one of those 3-second penalties. So you've got 3 drivers now on the soft compound of tyre, Barbara, De Bruyne and Cardinal. Meanwhile, this is Carazza. Gallo and Sasaki are side by side in the foreground here, and look at this, Carazza just in a lunge, very late move on the brakes, clatters it over the curb on the inside, but gets it stopped and just catches Sasaki very unawares, who has to take to the escape mode, and well, you can see just how surprised the Japanese driver was.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the Japanese is for blimey, but I think that was it. Right there, here comes the Rhino, yep, diving into the pit lane there, huge speed to the pit entry. My word, but yeah, what an opening stint from Jose Serrano. No one was close to his pace there at all, and that's what he needs. You know, he was saying he's feeling confident in himself, and you can see it in his driving. Just 0 mistakes, quietly aggressive, and just getting on with it. Relentless is the pace of Serrano, and if he keeps this up, it's going to be hard for anyone to catch him.
Yeah, 4 seconds near enough the advantage he had over to Kuba Miyazono prior to that pit stop. Subsequently 12 seconds over Valerio Gallo. Of course, Gallo's now in the pits. He's going to be on to the soft compound of tyres, so he'll be quicker than the top 2 in the closing stages of this race. But 12 seconds with, what, 7 laps to go. That's a meteoric amount of time for Gallo to close up. But, you know, if you see Serrano and Miyazono, if they start squabbling amongst one another, it's not out the realms of possibility, but it's a tall order for the Italian to start being involved in that battle for the victory.
We'll see. Gallo, he likes a chase, does Gallo. He likes to be the one trying to gain position in the last couple of laps. So we'll see if he can do that.
Gap there between Ura and Gallo, 2.7 seconds. That is a gap that will probably come down, and that's why we're saying about Gallo challenging for the race lead, because you can imagine it's a matter of when and not if you're going to see the Italian driver starting to fight and starting to challenge Ura. And if Ura hasn't got the grip underneath him on that medium compound of tyre, I don't think there's anything that he's going to be able to do to defend it.
I don't think so either, mate. I mean, the cars are so much faster on that soft tyre, especially in these first couple of laps. They're fresh, they're hot off the blankets, and they're just very, very grippy. So here's the life point standings. If it ends like this, Jose Serrano has one hand on that trophy. I'm telling you, he's getting close. Meanwhile, the midfield battle is getting a little bit spicy as Kylian Drummond tries to come back through the field after being shunted off at T1 by Paul Ura, and trying to find a way by Angelo Estroza, newly crowned, of course, Manufacturers Series champion. Losing a place here to Drummond. Yep, definitely out the inside goes Drummond. They're trying to go side by side. You really can't go 2 by 2 by through there without anyone having a mistake. And up into 7th goes Kylian Drummond.
Yeah, lovely stuff there for Kylian Drummond. Jose Serrano, fastest lap for him is a 1:16.0. That's not quite the time he set last time around, because of course he's now on the medium compound of tyre, but he does hold that accolade so far in this race. The only other driver who's in the 1:16s on that last lap was Samuel Cardinal, who was a 16.6, and he's right down at the bottom of the order. So Kylian Drummond through this long right-hander. I drove this car and circuit combination yesterday. I have to say, I was really surprised at how brave you have to be to keep it fully planted through that right-hander. It looks quite easy watching it on the screen here, but when you're in the cockpit, I mean, it's pretty hairy.
Yeah, twitchy, these cars. You know, they do have some aero, but not the amount we're used to today's race cars. Still looking at Kylian Drummond. Now we're looking at the back of Adriano Carazza, the Brazilian driver in front. What's Drummond going to do here? Oh, from 10 years back. I mean, Carazza had to open the steering there, so that happened. That's also opened him up from a fight there from Estroza behind. Drummond, I get the impression is sort of going, you know what, if I want to get shunted off, then I'm going to just drive super aggressively. These places are mine, back up to 6th place. Good recovery so far from the Frenchman.
Yeah, I don't know what the French for sonnet is, but he's certainly throwing it at it, isn't he? Here is Kylian Drummond. Through the final chicane we go, and across the timing line once again. Serrano it is that still leads the way. Oh, big lunge and a big, massive moment for Estroza into the back of Adriano Carazza as he just misjudged his braking zone into the first corner. Manages to gather it up all okay, and not too much harm done there for the Chilean in the middle of all of that. But either way, a bit of desperation and a bit of a misjudgment for him there, and subsequently it's costing him, could cost him a little bit of time here.
Meanwhile, Paul Ura, the gap coming down between himself and Valerio Gallo, 6/10 the difference last lap. Gallo there getting closer and closer on that soft compound of tyre. So the ideal spot to be having a move is, of course, into the last chicane here, and that's all done by setting up his hairpin nicely. So on the brakes there, very, very close. What's the gap now down the straight? It's about 7/10 of a second, so he will be getting a little bit of a draft in, probably not enough to make a move. This will bring him right onto the back of Polyura's rear end.
Opportunity knocks here for Kylian Drumont as well. Sasaki's picked up a penalty. You can see that with the red dot flashing next to his name. 0.8 of a second, so that's easily enough for him to close up onto the back and possibly challenge for that 5th position. We come through the final chicane though, meanwhile, with Gallo. And again, he just closes up. Last time around in terms of the lap times, actually a lot quicker for Valerio Gallo. 1:16.1 for him. Polyura a 1:17 flat. That's the difference in terms of the tyres, and that's how much it's cost Polyura in this race. That moment that he had, the penalty that he suffered from subsequently, and well, a chance of victory slipping through his fingers certainly, and possibly a podium going away for the Spanish driver. And with that under threat, and if Gallo is able to find his way through, Serrano, as Jimmy said, is going to be edging ever closer to that title. Polyura goes defensive then. Gallo looks to pull to the outside as we come under the bridge in towards the chicane. He goes to the outside line. That's brave as we come over the chicane. He manages to make it stick. Gallo throwing caution to the wind, and as he moved up into the podium places.
Yeah, I recognise that, Valerio Gallo. That's a 2021 champion Gallo move right there. That's how you do it. Round the outside. Miura being very respectful, giving him the room there to do so, but Gallo now hot on the heels of Takuma Miyazono. He's only got 4 laps left to do it though, so I'm unsure really if he has the time to get there, but if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Valerio. So lap time last time round, Serrano putting in strong lap times in that medium, a high 16s. Here's a replay of that move then. Polyura goes defensive. Gallo goes round the outside there, just about runs the speed through. Miura gives him the room. That's a lovely move there by Gallo. Move of the race so far for sure.
Yeah, well done there for Valerio Gallo. Exactly what he needed to do. Sasaki and Drumont there. We mentioned about it last time around because of the penalty that Sasaki had suffered. Both of these drivers are on the medium combat tyre. Karatsa and Drumont are also under investigation. Karatsa's down in 10th place, and we were singing his praises earlier on, so I wonder if he was the fault of that and caused the incident. He's also under investigation for an incident with Kaida Brud there as well, so we'll try and pick the bones out of that one once we get a replay. Drumont, though, as we sit on board with the Frenchman. Again, you sense that it's a missed opportunity for him here today in terms of the Nations Cup. He's won the Manufacturers' Cup, but again, he just seems to be slipping through his fingers at the most crucial moments. I mean, again, not his fault what happened at the start of this one, but just wrong place, wrong time, and misfortune really is falling into his hands.
Yeah, I mean, you can't control other people's application of the brake pedal, can you? It's unfortunate for him, but what you've got to do is get your head down and do the best you can with what you've got, and Drumont is doing that. Now stalking Sasaki, trying to get back up into the top 5. Not close enough to do it here, but again, edging ever closer to the pace. Very strong from Drumont right now. Actually, I think one of the fastest cars on track, so what could have been, eh?
Certainly could. Let's have a look then at Kylian Drumont. Sasaki goes to the defensive line at the first corner. Holds the apex, holds the line into turn 2. De Bruyne picks up a 1-second penalty for a collision then, so he was deemed as the fault of that incident we saw with Adriano Karatsa coming up on our screen a little bit earlier on. Through the chicane we go, and Drumont again just has to get out the throttle a little bit there as he sits behind the Japanese driver. We're loving the action on track here at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, and if you haven't downloaded the Spec 3 update for GT7, get yourself onto it because you'll be able to drive this and also the brand new Yas Marina circuit. Of course, Yas Marina Abu Dhabi will be the home of the first World Series event in 2026. Sasaki a bit deep into that chicane, lost him a bit of time, leaves Drumont again a bit closer. Wonder if he'll think about a lunge into the hairpin or maybe set something up on the exit.
Yeah, he's not interested in going for a move there. Look at that. He's going for that exit there, wide in and shallow out, and that's going to be a good way to try and get a run. The gap is only 0.3 seconds. So here's what the slipstream does. Sasaki was going over the grass. That won't help his defensive effort at all. Going defensive early. Drumont's going to be forced to go around the outside. He don't mind. He'll do that. Drumont trying the outside line. Very well defended by Sasaki, is it though? They just both get through. Drumont up into 5th place. Look in the background. Ango Inestrosa with a much better run than both of them through there. Is also in contention. It's now 3 cars battling for 5th. And Inestrosa now right on the back of Sasaki.
Through into the right-hander we go then. Inestrosa's ready to try and pounce. So Sasaki's lost 1 place, possibly set to lose another here to Angel Inestrosa. Out of turn 2 we go and down in towards the right-left. And Drumont, well, made hay whilst the sun shone there, exactly what he needed to do. Gallo, meanwhile, brought the gap down to Miyazono to 5.4 seconds as Inestrosa has a look to the inside. The door's not quite ajar enough for him to be able to walk through at the moment, but the Chilean really driving like a man possessed. Sasaki again clipping the grass. Not the first time we've seen that. Cost him drive, cost him a possibility of a position here as well, as Inestrosa drives around the outside even before they've made it fully into the braking zone and goes through to 6th.
Yeah, I mean, Drummond must be worried about the Inestrosa charge as well, but they're still fighting. Zaki and Inestrosa having to go inside and defend is Angel. Just about keeping that place for now, but this isn't the place you want to be here, really. You're now giving the draft to the car behind. Will we see a retaliation from Sasaki? On board we go then, up for the gears, 330 kph maximum speed. We go down straight 340 as we hit the anchors there, but not close enough to make a move with Inestrosa. I think maybe we've seen Sasaki struggling these last two laps. I think we're going to see him maybe drop off the back now.
Yeah, what was it? You know, 2 corners, those two battling amongst one another, and that's allowed Drummond a second or so's advantage. It sort of moves him out of the meaningful slipstreaming range. Meanwhile, we've hardly mentioned him. It's like he's been on a Sunday drive to the shops. Jose Serrano has had an absolute blinder for this one. He started, of course, at the very head of the field, courtesy of winning the first race. And at the moment, it looks like he's going to make it 2 wins from 2 as he comes through the middle sector on the final lap. 5.1 seconds is the advantage he now holds over Takuma Miyazono, and this has been an absolute display of excellence from the Spaniards.
Yeah, I mean, this is the drive of a champion. This is the guy who knows how to win races, who has won this series before, and it's really hard to fault anything he's done right now as he comes to finish the race here, undoubtedly in the lead.
What a great job from Jose Serrano. Inestrosa's dropped down to 10th place, by the way. They're under investigation, Sasaki and Inestrosa, for that collision. Serrano, though, out of the final turn, he's going to win race 2 of the Nations Cup here for the Gran Turismo World Finals. 2 wins from 2 races for the Spaniard. Takuma Miyazono comes across the line in second, and Valerio Gallo will complete the podium. A fantastic drive from the Italian. Moves his way up from 7th on the grid to finish on the podium here at the Circuit de Gilles Villeneuve, ahead of Paul Ura and Kylian Drummond, who also recovered magnificently well after the misfortune he suffered on the opening lap. Sasaki in 6th place ahead of Guy Barbara, but that remains to be seen of whether Sasaki will hold that 6th place, because we saw Inestrosa going tumbling down the order on the final lap of racing, and we're not quite sure what happened. We'll have to try and pick the bones out of it, but a perfect start to life for Jose Serrano here in Fukuoka. Great way for him to continue his championship challenge, and the great performance that we've seen from the Spaniards.
Looks calm, doesn't he? I mean, you wouldn't know he's one step away from being the 2025 Nations Cup champion. Yeah, great run by Serrano, can't fault him at all. A bit of a shout out to Gallo and to Barbara, our biggest movers. They both gained 4 positions in that race, so very good recovery from them. But star of the show, undoubtedly this man, Jose Serrano, one step closer to that crown.
Yeah, exactly what he wanted, exactly what he needed to do, Jose Serrano then, as he just talks to his fellow competitors on the stage. Let's get a look then at some highlights from that race. So it was a standing start. Jose Serrano was on the right, Drummond was on the left, the lights went out and we went racing, but keep an eye out for the cars from behind. Paul Ura bang into Miyazono, into Drummond, and then cost Drummond a chance of really challenging for anything meaningful in this race. He also ended up in the barrier on a second occasion there as well. Ura was given a 3-second penalty for his part in the incident and then had to fight his way back through the field. We had Sasaki, who went down the order. Not a particularly brilliant race in terms of the final finishing position for the Japanese driver, but all eyes were on Valerio Gallo, and at one point also Adriano Carrazza, as well, as they made some ascensions through the field. Then we had the pit stops in the mid-phase of the race. Serrano came out in a comfortable lead, and we kept an eye, as we said, on Valerio Gallo on that soft compound of tyre as he challenged Paul Ura's final podium place.
Drummond on his way back through the field, as you say. Quite aggressive there, don't blame him to make those moves. Is Gallo making the move of the race? Look at that, all the way around the outside, man. That's making the highlight reel.
Certainly was. Kylian Drummond then side by side here with Takuma Sasaki. This was an absolutely fantastic bit of driving from both of them, as a matter of fact, because there was so much respect, but yet not much space. This was Serrano, though, cruising his way to a comfortable victory in the second race of the weekend. Jose Serrano taking the checkered flag and extending his lead at the top of the championship standing. Is it one hand now on the title for the Spaniard with one race left to play for? Well, there are your competitors on your screen. And it'll be all eyes and all focus on waiting for that final race, which of course is going to be double points as well. Rebel X 2019 at the Nordschleife. So same circumstances as we had in 2024, which I think is going to be pretty interesting. See how this one works out.
Yeah, I mean, like, there is a big gap going into this last round here. Of course, bear in mind that the double points can change things around. If Serrano has a horrible last race, finished out on the points, Miyazono, Gallo, they can still win this thing. So definitely all to play for. But I mean, I wonder what's going through his mind right now. He's saying he's confident interview earlier with Jules and Sasha, and he was saying he's feeling good of himself, and he's driving super well. I've not seen a single mistake from him all weekend, to be honest. But it's not all done yet. The pressure must be building.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's you end up in that situation where the pressure builds, and it's that one simple mistake that can cost you. You know, if he makes an error on the opening lap of the grand final and drops himself down to 10th place, or whatever it might happen to be, then suddenly, again, the incident is completely turned on its head, and that championship, which looks pretty good at the moment, is not so good. It means that the situation is completely different. We are still waiting for confirmation of the results at the moment, courtesy of some investigations that we saw on that final lap. I believe the incident with Sasaki and Inestrosa is what is being looked at by the race stewards. There we are. We now have confirmation of the results. So there we go. Jose Serrano is crowned as the victor. Takuma Miyazono in second. Gallo is in third place. Yura in fourth ahead of Drummond, Sasaki. Barbara up to seventh place. Good race for the Australian ahead of Karatza, De Bruyn. And then Inestrosa, the final point on the board there. Samuel Cardinal, the only driver who failed to score for that one. Well, there we are, confirmation of the results here in Fukuoka. And Jose Serrano, of course, as we know, will extend his lead at the top of the table. And we'll see exactly by how much of an advantage he holds over the rest of the field going into the final race of the 2025 Gran Turismo World Series. I have to say, for Takuma Miyazono, of course, he's the reigning champion. It'll be a disappointment for him to possibly be losing out on that crown. But let's catch up then with Jose Serrano and also, I believe, Pol Ura as well.
Yes, we are down on the floor now with Miyazono and Ura. They did really, really well. So first of all, okay, you're second in the points. I think it's 15 behind. How are you feeling? I guess we should probably talk a little bit about Kilian.
Yeah, first of all, I want to apologize to him. It was all on me, so I have nothing to say about that. Just sorry for him, and sometimes mistakes happen. It was my time. I'm sorry for it.
Yeah, no, it happens. It happens.
今ね15点差で2位にユラ選手も入ってるわけですけれども、最初のね接触ですけれども、わざとじゃなくて、時とこういうふうに起きてしまう自分のミスだったので本当に謝りたいと思っています。And with Miyazono, he's 1 point behind Ura, so third in the championship. 16点差、ユラ選手と1点差だと思うんですけれども、チャンピオンシップ3位。どうでしょう、ここからあと2レースありますが。
はい、もう次で最後なんですけど。
そうか、もう次で最後だ。そうだ。
もう正直ポイント差が大きいので、優勝はかなり厳しいと思うんですけど、今年最後のレースなんで、いいところ見して、少しでもいい順位で終わりたいと思います。
So the next race is the last one. Point difference is quite huge, so I'm sure winning is not that easy, but I want to show my best to to the audience for the final race of the year.
And Paul, one question for you, which was yesterday when we were talking to Jose, I was asking him about like if he's coming up to you, does he go as aggressive as anyone else? And he was like, no, I'm easier. But I feel like now, is it kind of, I mean, it's the final race. If it comes to, are you just gonna, I mean, I know you got like your Spanish brotherhood, but I don't know, it's the last race of the season. Are you gonna fight super aggressive?
I mean, I don't think being aggressive will even solve the championship as he's got a big margin already. So yeah, but I mean, I always try to race respectfully with everyone. From my side, there's always respect, and I think from his side as well. So, and yeah, for the final race, it will be the same, of course.
はい、ポイントがすごく外交的な外向きの答えだねっていうふうに言ってましたけども、っていうのはポイント差が離れてるけども最後アグレッシブにいくかどうかということですけれども、でももちろんそのね同じ国ということでリスペクトもあると思うんですが、ユラ選手は常にですねこうやって自分はリスペクトを持って、フェアでいこうというふうに思っています。でセラーノ選手も同じだと思うので、そういった意味ではアグレッシブにいってもチャンピオンシップを変えるほど、ではポイント差が小さくないので、レースをしたいというふうに言っていますけれども。 それに対して外交的ねって言ってますけれども、素晴らしい、スポーツマンシップですよね。拍手をお送りください。さあ、and for 宮園選手、最後素晴らしいレースを、ディフェンディングチャンピオンとして見せたいということですが、どんなレースしましょう。
去年、最終ラップいい形で終われたので、セラーノのレースは壊すことなく、最後理想は2人で、バチバチのバトルができたらなと思ってます。はい。
So the final race, I don't want to ruin Serrano's race, but I want to, fight side by side until the final lap in the final race.
Just give them a good, nice, fun, slightly, little bit of shoulders, yeah.
ちょっと肩同士当てたりとか、ちょっと。
Just yeah, you want a little bit.
いやもうちょっとはい、彼の今シーズンの頑張りはちょっと台無しにしたくないんで、そうですね。あんまり接触とかないようにレースは進めれたなと思ってます。
I don't want to, ruin his hard work of the season, so no collisions,
Yeah, okay. No, of course not. I was not suggesting that at all. I was just make it super fun.
楽しくしてほしいだけなんです。Right?
Anyway, I think we've tortured them enough with questions. Yeah.
Let's go back to Tom.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sasha. Thanks to Jules there as well. So Jose Serrano, imperious form. Let's not forget 5 points was the advantage that he had going into this one. And, well, I mean, he's had the perfect weekend so far. Look at this. 41 points he now has at the top of the table. So a 15-point swing going into it with 24 left on the board.
Yeah, a bit more of a reaction that time, wasn't there, Tom? He was a bit more, you see him a bit more out of breath. He's definitely won this there, but 2 wins so far. Can he make it a clean sweep in the Grand Final? It's going to take a lot for Euro Miyazono or Gallo or Drummond to dethrone Jose Serrano, but anything can happen at the GT World Series events, and it does.
Certainly does, yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one is going to work out, because it is not all said and done. Just a reminder, of course, double points for that grand final. So a maximum of 24 on offer compared to the 12 that we've had in race 1 and race 2. And look at Eura's second place. It's very much under threat from Takuma Miyazono. Gallo's pushed himself right up there as well as Drummond, who still, despite the dramas he suffered in that race, is very much in contention in 5th position.
Yeah, I mean, there's something there. I mean, there's definitely the podium up for grabs. 2nd and 3rd is by no means settled at this point. Even Sasaki, to say on the outside chance there, could have a chance to do that.
Yep, absolutely right. So there, the grand final is about to get underway. Let's go down to Jules then and catch up with Igor Fraga.
I'm now joined on the floor by the Super Formula driver, Igor Fraga. It's kind of cool to hear that, right?
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool, yeah.
I mean, obviously you would understand what these drivers up here are kind of feeling now. But we thought rather than, give them some advice that they won't pay attention to right now because they're focused, we thought it'd be really cute to show just how long you've been into racing for. So I spoke to your mum and she sent me some pictures and videos to show them.
Oh, wow. なんか僕のレースキャリアをちょっと振り返るというか、なんか僕のお母さん、家族が送ってくれたグランツーリスモを昔からプレイしてた動画とか、ちょっと今年のスーパーフォームラの結果も踏まえてちょっと自分の歴史というかを見せてるものみたいです。はい。
Your mum sent me like a whole Google Drive of photos. There's a lot.
Yeah. She had this kind of always like how can I say? She was always filming everything. So since when I was racing karting and so on, like we have all the stuff documented.
I know.
It was there was a Brazilian TV here in Japan, so they was sending those videos to them, and they were doing the news about my races and stuff like that. So yeah, there's a bunch of things documented since karting and.
Well, it's lovely to have you here. I'm glad we got to embarrass you like a little bit. Chotto.
Yes.
But let's throw up to Tom and Jimmy and get this grand final underway.
Yep, cheers, Jules. Thank you to Igor Fraga there as well. Great to catch up with him. Great to see him playing Gran Turismo when he was a wee lad.
Do you reckon he's prepared for that? Seeing a random picture of him as like a boy there, but yeah, I admired the driving style too. Lunged it in, definitely smashed the guy out of the way.
The Jimmy Broadbent School of Driving.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, grand final time. One last race in 2025 to get underway for you. Looking forward to this one. Red Bull X 2019, Nürburgring 24-hour layouts, 3 different tyre compounds, 7 laps. Identical circumstances to what we had in 2024, but of course very different in terms of the championship picture going into this one. How do you see it playing out?
Such a difficult circuit this to really get strategy in place for. And we know the vast majority of the track is quite hard to overtake. So the idea really is just to have clean air. You don't be fighting rounds here or swobbling, because that increases your race time. You've got to think far ahead in this. So tyre strategy here, quite rich in possibilities here. I mean, racing hard tyre is nearly 10 seconds a lap slower than the racing soft. So the hard tyre is definitely lava. There is strategy possible. We usually use it for 1 lap, but that does mean stretching that medium tyre maybe a bit further than it can go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how it all works out for the drivers. Of course, as we said, same circumstances as to what we had for the 2024 World Finals, when, of course, Takuma Miyazono went on to become champion once again in the Nations Cup. Have a look at this, just to guide you through exactly how it all broke down here 12 months ago.
One final time in 2024, we are about to go racing. It's lights out and we are underway for the grand final of the Nations Cup in 2024 here at the Nürburgring. Around the outside to Kylian Drumont, and I don't think Miyazono's going to have anything left in his locker. Indeed he doesn't, and Drumont accelerates his way through effectively into a net race lead.
Serrano crosses it now, slows down massively. Oh man, look at that.
And Miyazono goes up and through into 3rd place. He made that look so easy.
You want Miyazono to go for a move here into the chicane. He's looking at it. Oh, he does! In the chicane, does on the inside, slows them all up though.
So close to taking victory. It's going to be a big upset here indeed. He's parking his car. Takuma Miyazono is the 2024 Nations Cup champion of the world here in Amsterdam.
Well, I think my vocal cords have just about recovered from that one. Winning predictions, Takuma Miyazono. Doesn't seem to matter what he does, he always gets the lion's share of the votes.
Yeah, we see this. It's just a huge amount there. I mean, Gallo supporters, I admire you. It's not looking good for Valerio right now, I've got to say. But Jose Serrano, of course, our leader right now. Only 15%? What's that about? Where's the faith?
Yeah, I have to say, it does seem not like a foregone conclusion for Jose Serrano, because, of course, it is double points for this, the grand final. But I have to say, given his form that we've seen from him so far tonight, it is looking very, very positive for the Spaniard. That is the trophy that they all want to be holding aloft at the end of this evening. 24 points on offer for this grand final, and you can see the competitors getting themselves warmed up and ready to go. Jimmy, just put us in the cockpit here. What are the drivers thinking at this point of view?
I mean, it's a long race. 7 laps doesn't sound like much, but it's a good 40 minutes to put with these X2019s. These cars are fast. They demand a lot of concentration. So getting that strategy right in your brain, getting your action plan down before the start is kind of essential. But of course, one of the big properties of being a racing driver is your ability to adapt. So it's a tough place to be if you're one of those drivers right now.
Certainly is. Well, Jose Serrano, as you can see, is going to be starting this one on pole position with Miyazono alongside on that front row. Gallo and Yura, then Drumont and Sasaki, Barbara and Karatza, De Bruyne and Inestrosa, and then Samuel Cardinal in 11th position. 15 points, the advantage that Jose Serrano has with 24 left on the table. And the Red Bull X 2019 competition is the machine that the drivers will be piloting. 816 horsepower with 650 kilograms of weight. It's fast, it's aerodynamic, and it's a very tricky car to control on the limit.
Especially around a circuit with curbs about the height of the car. Don't be touching those in that thing when you find yourself going to space, not in a good way either. So we've seen Serrano, he's good in these cars. Miyazono's good in these cars as well. It's a very different vibe from last year. Of course, Miyazono went in kind of the favourite last year. Serrano, we saw a couple of penalties, caught up in some things that weren't really in his control. So the race can go away from you if you're not careful there. But you have to think the momentum behind him now must feel quite different going into this race this year for him.
It is interesting, isn't it, how the sort of tables have turned. Serrano, as you say, on imperious form so far here today, no question about that. Polyphony, his compatriot on the other side, little bit messy and a bit scrappy on a couple of other occasions. Anyway, we're not far away then. Let's get ready to get the grand final underway for the Nations Cup.
Yes, it is just about time to start the grand final, and as we were saying, it's double points, so it's still anything can happen.
ダブルポイント、ラスト、何が起きてもおかしくありません。最高のレースを見たい方は拍手を。
Yes! I'm ready, the drivers are ready. This is the last race of the year in the series. Let's go!
Let's go! 行きましょう。
Comes down to this then, one race left in 2025 to crown our Nations Cup World Champion. And the man who has won 2 races so far here today is starting on pole position. Jose Serrano, the Spaniard, 15 points the advantage he has with 24 left on the table. Can he convert it into a second Nations Cup world title? Takuma Miyazono, the outgoing champion, potentially lines up on the front row of the grid with Valerio Gallo heading the second row and Pole Europe company alongside, who's been somewhat in the wars so far today. Kylian Drumont is in 5th position, the Frenchman, and he's joined by Takuma Sasaki in P6. Next up on the grid is Guy Barbara, the Australian, who made some good progress from where he started in that second race. He's got Adriano Carrazza for company. Then it's Kai de Bruyn lining up in 9th position, who's had a bit of a dog stay at the office so far. Ankelina Stroza completes it with P10, and the grid is rounded out by Samuel Cardinal, the Canadian driver, in 11th place. Now, of course, we have 3 different compounds of tyre, and the top 4 starting on the softs, the rest are on mediums and hards.
Yeah, I mean, expected really. We tend to see the drivers hurry up the grid, go on those soft tyres and try and break away, but the last race here of 2025, all to play for here in the Nations Cup. Jose Serrano leading the field. He'll love that. We said before he likes leading from the front. He's proved that already today in 2 races. What must be going through his head right now? Try and keep it calm, Jose.
Absolutely, a lot of pressure on that young man's shoulders. Takuma Miyazono there in the middle of your picture as well. He would love to retain that crown, but it's going to be a fairly tall ask for the Spaniards. For the Japanese driver. Let's wait and see, with the Spaniard, of course, lining this one up on pole position. Valerio Gallo's been on great form so far this weekend as well. Let's see how the Italian can turn things around. The former Nations Cup champion himself. For one final time in 2025, we go racing as the grand final for the Nations Cup is underway. Jose Serrano leads them across the line with Miyazono, Gallo and Pole Europe for company. Into the braking zone, we see Miyazono lunging his way up the inside of Serrano. A bit too late though, and not quite enough for him to attack and take the position away, with Gallo looking for a move on the inside but not quite able to make it as well. So Serrano it is that leads from Miyazono, from Gallo, as we come through the first part of the opening lap.
The car's snaked down through the Grand Prix version of the circuit here. Everyone just, I think, figuring out what they want to do, where they are, what their competitors' strategies are at the moment, of course. Through the hairpin at the bottom and now flat out back up the hill through the Michael Schumacher S. Easily flat in these X2019 machines, even with the dirty air here, as you then get through the last part of this GP circuit. This feels like child's play in comparison to what's coming next. The North side for the Northern Loop, where, well, really, where you become a proper driver.
Absolutely, a lot of time for things to change in this race. We're coming through onto the Nordschleife. It's a very different circuit compared to this Grand Prix layout, Jimmy, as we mentioned earlier on. It's so one line through there, one at a time. You can't really overtake, so you sort of have to get it done at this part of the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, you can overtake. There are places to do it, but the track narrows up considerably as you come onto this part of the track. You can see now, and of course the curves extremely high here. These things are glued to the ground. Touch a curve at speed, this thing's super easy just to eject yourself into the wall there. 300 kph for breaking through the section of Hassan back here. See Euro there flirting with the curve on the right-hand side. Just the speed for it is ridiculous, it really is. But this is where one of the mild overtaking opportunities is here. He's come up towards Blue Clash, he's getting the draft. Miyazono giving the draft to Gallo, giving the draft to Euro. Serrano already 1.1 seconds up the road. Look at that. Amazing start from Jose.
Yeah, brilliant. Exactly what he was expecting to do there. Miyazono now coming under pressure here from Valerio Gallo, who's got the inside line as we come through the left-hander. Miyazono just decided not to fight that one too much at this opening stage of the race.
He actually indicated to get out of the way there, so I think maybe sensing the pace of Gallo or just saying, I don't want to fight too much. Speaking of fighting, Paul Euro don't care. He's up into third place. Big dive from the Spaniard there. Not willing to give up on this title just yet, but Gallo now has been charged with leading or trying to get onto the back of Serrano. He's come through the foxhole now, up the top here, through into Adenau, fourth. Really technical part of this circuit here. Really easy to spin the rear wheels in this thing, and on that soft tyre, they're going to try and make this tyre last a couple of laps. They can't afford to spin the wheel, to scrub the front tyres. It's all about precision and making sure you keep those tyres happy.
And that's the thing as well, you've got to be very careful about how you play this strategy. If you go for an aggressive one and you decide to go an extra lap, I mean, that's different if you're competing at somewhere like Spa or the circuit you'll build there, but we've seen here tonight already. But here at the Nürburgring, of course, it's a very big circuit. You can't really afford to take that gamble. You've got to be a bit more planned.
No, if you have a mistake here, you go on the grass, there is no runoff. You just go straight into that barrier, and it's never a small crash at the Nürburgring. So these guys will have that in the head and come down to the midpoint of the circuit, down towards the town of Adenau. You can just see it there in the background.
Love a bit of currywurst on the right-hand side you can get in your restaurant.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, you learn to avoid that after a little while. But up through the hill now towards Bergwerk, when Niki Lauda had his huge crash a long time ago now. But this is another spot where you can kind of use the toe up the hill and try and pull past someone. Serrano still edging that gap, 1.4 seconds now. If you stay on board with Miyazono, completely flat up here. You didn't feel like it, given the elevation, the bumps, and where the car turns here. But the aero of this car forces it into the ground, keeps that tyre contacting the road, keeps it quick up here. Nearly 200 mile an hour up here. It's gone towards the mid curve. Is it flat out in these cars? Easily, oh my word, that's fast.
Look at Euro, he is all over the back of Valerio Gallo like a bad rash here, isn't he? Just trying to find his way through, but there's not really a gap to do so at the moment. That's the problem with this part of the circuit. As Jimmy said, it narrows up so much, and unless you're going to send it through on the inside, you can cost yourself more time, cost yourself a position, and maybe even pick up a penalty for your troubles as well. Through the carousel we go. You can see wider there for Euro. It's going to cost him a bit of drive on the exit of that corner, and might leave him vulnerable to attack here from Takuma Miyazono.
Yeah, really easy to sort of fall out the carousel there, and you lose a lot of time when that happens. Up to Hoak, now the highest point of the circuit, and now back downhill. But I always say it when we commentate here or watch one of these races, this last third of the track is probably the greatest stretch of racetrack in the world. The flow is just ridiculous, and in these cars, with all that aero, the corners come up sooner than you can deal with it. It's really a test of skill to get through here in these. And Gallo, you can see, he likes it. The gap down to 8/10 of a second there. And that's what that looks like. So what Gallo's trying to do here is get into slipstream range before we get to... Oh, mistake from Serrano.
Yeah,
he's off. So Gallo's... Oh, he gets onto the grass and trying to avoid him. He's off too. Oh, and Euro and Gallo spins. Oh, this is what I was talking about. You get onto the grass here. See Mick Hazal there reacting to that head in his hands. Oh, what a shame for Valerio Gallo, just trying to avoid the accident up ahead. You can't just send it into the grass. His car, the grip goes away there.
Yeah, we need to see another replay of that, don't we, really, and pick the bones of it from a different angle. But the upshot is now, Paul Euro it is that leads, Serrano's into second, Miyazono's into third, so we've gone from a four-way fight down to a three-way fight, and Gallo, the big loser in all of that there, just maybe a little bit too impatient, courtesy of the mistake that we saw being made there from Jose Serrano. The upshot is now that these three drivers, as they come onto the Dottinger Hill for the first time, are all nose-to-tail with one another. Euro, the driver who, of course, is got a hole being made in the air in front of him, with Jose Serrano now alongside as we go side by side with each other. Serrano back through and into the lead once again. Takuma Miyazono in third place, looking ready to try and pounce there as well. What it has done with Kylian Drumont, etc., has brought them just a little bit closer, and I wonder if later on that might prove to be a bit of a difficult time for those drivers, because of course they've just lost a bit of time that they would have otherwise have had in their pocket towards the end of this first lap.
Yeah, a bit of fuel saving there, I think, from Europe. And Miyazono down the straight. Take the replay. Let's try and find out what happened there. So Serrano, he was looking a bit sketchy. Just touched the grass on the way in. Goes into the ice curve. The car gets sideways. So here comes Gallo. He tries to go around the outside. The road falls away here. Once he goes onto the grass. Not the best angle there, but you can just see a bit of panic there from Serrano. That's the first crack in the armour there, I think. And here's Gallo trying to go around outside, and he knows straight away it's over. Look at that big sigh. What a shame for Valerio.
I don't know what the Italian is for old bother, but I can imagine he was saying a few of those words. A disappointment there for Valerio Gallo. Really, really good form, great run from the Italian up until this point. But it's not over yet. Still plenty of time left in this race for the complexion of it to change. There is Takuma Miyazono, top left of your picture. Paul Ura in the bottom left of your picture. And Miyazono, again, just playing the patient game then here. Serrano's now got all the hard work to do all over again here, Jimmy, hasn't he? He only got 1.5 seconds at one point of the first lap in his pocket. Sort of came down a little bit with Valerio Gallo now closing down. But he's not in as comfortable position as he could otherwise have been.
No, I mean, as I said, maybe the pressure, maybe he's feeling it now. This is a circuit where, I mean, it's such high concentration, you can really find yourself making mistakes. So here's a clearer view of what happened. Here's Gallo. So see Serrano in front. We go to the outside. Just doesn't anticipate the corner coming up, and then just car gets away from him. I mean, these Red Bull X2019s have a lot of grip until you get them to the grass, and they have nothing.
Yeah, that's the problem, is they are on a knife edge, aren't they? And that's the thing with the cars, they're very aerodynamic dependent. So as soon as you get out of that sort of aero range, you get onto the grass, you upset the balance. If you have a snap of oversteer, it's very hard to save it, because when they're on the limit of adhesion like these cars are, around corners such as this, you can turn them around with your little finger, basically, because there's just nothing to them. And when you get incidents like we saw there with Serrano and Gallo, it's a lot easier to do it than you might happen to imagine. The upshot is now Valerio Gallo's got a hell of a lot of work to do. He's 1.3 seconds off the back of Guy Barbara in 6th position. You can see in terms of the soft tyre as well, of course, he's used a lot of the useful shelf life. So the soft tyre runners are going to be coming into the pit lane at the end of this lap. And let's see how this one is going to work out then. Kylian Drumont, what's it, 7.4 seconds off the back of them. So it's okay for these top three at the moment. Nothing really for them to worry about. It's not like the medium top runners are sort of bearing down on them. But now it's nothing too concerning at this stage.
There's a downside for leading. Serrano there has used more fuel than anybody else, and that will affect his pit stop time. So if they all boxed as they were now, he would come out behind both of these guys. So he's chosen to go strong, to lead for now, but I just wonder if that, for this race, is going to be ideal for him. But to be honest, Serrano doesn't need to win this race. It would be nice for him to win it, of course, and have a Grand Slam there. I don't think we've had a Grand Slam since Mick Hazal, a long time ago.
It would have been 2019, something like that.
It's been a long time, so if he can do that here, that would be ridiculous, but ultimately he doesn't need to win this race to walk away with the Nations Cup championship.
Fans watching on here in Fukuoka, what a fantastic venue this has been for our World Finals. You see Takuma Miyazono there, big amount of understeer through that right-hander, and it's just cost him a few tenths of a second or so. He's starting to drop back, not out of the range of those top two, but they're now beginning to push on a little bit more. Half a second or so, 1.1 seconds it was up to, and is now up to for Takuma Miyazono. So why is he losing touch here between Jose Serrano and Paul Ura? Are they just pushing on a bit more?
He just made a mistake. He made quite a big mistake there coming out of Atlau, and because he did that, he lost the slipstream, and the draft is worth a lot round here. So Ura currently enjoying the benefit of being close to back of Serrano, basically like a free, it feels like a free 50 horsepower when you're in the draft. It really is a massive effect, especially in these cars that are so aero dependent. But there is Miyazono in the background, 1.2 seconds the gap now. And this is where Serrano was weak last lap. He was weak through this last part of the lap. And is Paul Ura thinking about maybe making a move here? But we've seen Paul try and overtake some people, and Serrano wide. He misses the chicane. Did he let Ura through there to try and maybe conserve some fuel? They're still going side by side, so I'm not sure if he went wide or that was intentional.
I wonder, as you say, if it is just a case of trying to save fuel. They're going to be coming in at the end of this lap. It's allowed Miyazono right back into the picture, though. I mean, what is he, 1.1 seconds off the back of them a few corners ago, and now he's right on the tail of Jose Serrano then here. So now is Jura going to use this as the impetus? Because look at the advantage he's already building up. 7/10 of a second at this mid part of the circuit. Jura and Serrano under investigation, so they have a collision that we sort of just caught the tail end of going through the carousel then here.
I was going to say before, Jura's hit the back of the people before. Here we go. So we're on board with Paul Jura into the carousel. That's it.
Serrano's deep. There was a bit of contact there, but Serrano had already made the mistake at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's sorting itself out.
Yeah, Jura there just trying to keep his calm and focus, really, to be honest. Now in the lead of this race and trying to extend the advantage over Serrano. I suppose the one advantage here for Paul Jura, maybe he can afford to do it a bit more, because Serrano, of course, has expended that bit more fuel. He's got a few litres fewer in the tank compared to Jura, and I wonder if that might come back to bite Serrano a bit later on.
Yeah, but the point is, Jura trying to spread that gap here is the worst decision, because now look at it's for nothing, because now they're in the draft and he's just used more fuel for nothing. So Miyazono looking the best out of the leading three fuel-wise at the moment. We expect to see them box at the end of his lap. Serrano there just driving back through in a straight line, using that switch trim, using that toe. Here comes Miyazono. He might try and get both of them here for a laugh. You can see just the gaps there in the back. What a shot that is all the way down the Guangzhou. Huge straight here. A bit of a time to relax for the drivers, but not for these guys. So they're door banging, whatever the constitutes the door in this thing, down the straight. And Miyazono up into second place, but they're all going to be piling into the pits here, Tom. But the question is, onto what tyre?
Well, that's the thing. Surely they're all going to have to follow one another in terms of the strategy, going on to what you would imagine would be the hard tyre or the medium tyre. Yeah, they're all going for the mediums, aren't they, surely, at this mid-stage of the race, and then they'll run the hard and take the pain right at the very end. The idea being that they can build up as much of a gap as they can over the rest of the field in the first two phases of it. See how it all works out then. So Serrano and Miyazono, and Serrano's actually decided to be the outlier of that. He's gone for the hard tyre in the middle stint of this one. So it depends now for him what he can do on this hard tyre. What he needs to do, really, is keep in touch with Miyazono and Jura, because he's going to be on a slower combative tyre. If he can limit the damage as much as possible in this middle phase of the race and keep within distance, then he'll be in a great position to attack in the closing stages of it.
So Serrano has gone to the hard tyre, but he opted not to take any fuel there, whereas Miyazono and Jura both took a good chunk of fuel, so they can push a little bit harder. There's a gap, but Serrano, of course, in that hard tyre is it's about 10 seconds a lap slower than the soft tyre, about 6 or so slower than the medium. So really interesting. What else I found interesting is why I didn't realise this until now, basically, is that when you select your tyre you go onto, it becomes visible here. And both Miyazono and Serrano waited until the last possible second to show their tyre to each other, because they're like, right, we're in a fight here, and they both went separate ways. So really interesting, that to me.
You cannot believe the amount of mental arithmetic that's going on for these drivers in the race. They are literally thinking at 100 miles an hour whilst they're doing a couple of 100 miles an hour.
Well, this is the thing about sim racing, right? I think where maybe these guys don't get their credit is they're not only drivers, they're strategists. Their own engineer as well. They're checking things like weather. They're doing everything in the car, whilst, as you said, just wrangling this thing around, in my opinion, one of the most challenging circuits in the world.
So they're their own performance coaches as well, give themselves a little rub down after the race.
Well, I mean, what they do in the hotel room is completely up to them, Tom, but we won't cry.
Lap 3 out of 7 we're on then. Kylian Drumont it is now that leads the race. You can see the top 4 runners are yet to pit at this stage of the race. There's Drumont, Sasaki, Barbara and Karatza. They're all out of position. So Serrano, he's your effective race leader at this point. He's made the pit stop and he's in a nice bit of clear air. 20 seconds he's got over Adriano Karatza. That's working out quite nicely for him there so far. 5.5 seconds though is the gap between himself and Takuma Miyazono. Now, if we were on a traditional circuit that was about 5, 6, 7 kilometres long, that's not a gap that could come down over the course of a couple of laps. Here, it's going to come down in the space of probably about half a lap or so, given the length of this circuit. And, Takuma Miyazono, sitting there in 6th position, will be right on the gearbox of Jose Serrano, I'm sure, before too long. And of course, just to remind you, Serrano did not take any fuel in this first pit stop of the race. On board we ride meanwhile with Takuma Sasaki. So he and Drumont are up 4 places from where they started. They're on the medium tyre, so presumably they'll be coming in at the end of this lap and changing over to either the hard or the soft. But they're involved in a battle for position, really. It's not a battle for the podium positions at the moment, although, of course, I know it is, but like relative to everybody else, once the pit stops all work out, see Sasaki just threading the eye of a needle as we come through in towards this right-hander. Such a fast and frightening part of the circuit. I mean, you can say that about pretty much every corner of the Norris Slifer, couldn't you, really?
It really is one of the 7 wonders of the racing world here. Going to go back down towards, and now Drummond now leading this race. He led this race last year at a similar sort of point as well. Alternative strategy though, we know Killian's good round here. Killian's good in his X2019s as well. Sasaki doing very well to hold on there. Look who's in the background. Guy Barbara, this guy, man, he's always there, isn't he? He's always around. Just never quite manages to break through, but he is catching these two, only 2 seconds behind.
It can't be discredited how hard Guy Barbara's had to work just to get qualified for the Gran Turismo World Series in 2025. And of course, we've got the same 12 drivers over the course of all of our events so far this season, so a credit to him. But unfortunately for Guy, the results just haven't really fallen in his favour for one reason or another. Some his fault, some is not his fault. And we do hope that it's not the last we'll see of him in the GT World Series. He sits there in 3rd position at the moment. Once the pit stops all work out, he'll be dropping down the order a little bit. But for now, we can just sit there and enjoy watching what is unfolding in front of him, this battle for the race lead between Killian Drummond and Takuma Sasaki as they head their way in towards the carousel. This is where we saw the drama between Serrano and Ura a few laps ago. On board we ride here with Takuma Sasaki then. This is the view he's got in front of him of Killian Drummond. Just listen to the throttle as we're coming through this part of the circuit. Look how smooth he has to be in terms of the inputs.
He had a couple of goes of that though there. What you maybe don't see about this part of the course on your screen there is just how cambered it is. It's so important to put the car in the right part of the road. Otherwise, your car almost magically understeers. It's something that comes with experience for sure. These guys have that in space. Drummond there, I think, maybe it's a little bit quicker for this part of the circuit as we come into Bridgestone here, up towards the ice curve. Cool, so because in the wet, this thing is lethal through here. You can use the curve with the right a little bit, but not too much more, as Serrano found out. Now we come up to Flansguy. In a normal car, this is a jump, and these things, they are glued to the forward downforce. Small lift now to come up to the Baloff S, one of the scariest part of the circuit. The road just falls away from you. You have to trust in the grip of the tyre and the downforce of the car. As we come up now towards the Kleiner carousel. Very tricky corner this one. Anyone who's on mission 34 will know that. Drummond there suffering. I've been in that barrier so many times in Sim. Really hard to get that corner right. And now this is where Sasaki really wants to be. This is the prime seat going down the Dortmund to Hurley, one of the longest straights in motorsport anywhere. You don't want to be leading going here, you want to be where Sasaki is. You get a huge toe down the straight. It's just free power, free speed.
Yeah, working out quite nicely here for Takuma Sasaki. Is he going to attack against Killian Drummond? Is he just going to opt to save fuel at this point, play the longer game in this race? He's not quite alongside Killian Drummond. He's just sitting there in the slipstream, so I think he is deciding for that sort of smarter strategy here, maybe saving a couple of litres of fuel, which might prove to pay dividends when it comes down to the pit stops, because it's about 2 litres a second in terms of the total refuelling time, so everything you can gain will prove to be a benefit later on in the race. Out of the final turn we go then, in towards the pit lane and into the box for Killian Drummond and for Takuma Sasaki. Now, are they going to diverge in terms of strategy? Look at the fuel difference there between them, about 4 litres is how it's changed. Meanwhile, Paul Ura and Takuma Miyazono, they're side by side. I was keeping an eye on the gap with Jose Serrano. 5.5 seconds it was. It still stayed at about 5 seconds, and despite being on the slower compound of tyre there for Jose Serrano, he's not lost too much time relative to everybody else. It's working out quite nicely for him so far. And the top 4 all in for the hard tyres and all taking fuel on board as well.
Yeah, I'm interested in the lap times there. As you say, that's a nice lap there, but of course, only really 1 lap, I think, Serrano. No, he's opted to go for another lap on that tyre there. I thought he'd come straight in and get rid of that. So the medium tyre obviously not as good as informed. And Serrano's last lap is 6.54 compared to Paul Ura 6.58.
Well, sorry, Jim, if you're new to the GT World Series and you're wondering about tyres, the hard tyre, it's the most durable tyre, but it offers the least grip. The medium somewhere in the middle, and the soft tyre, of course, is the quickest tyre because it's softer, it's grippier, but it wears out a lot quicker. So Serrano here, as you say, Jim, he's going for the hard compound of tyre. He's playing a different strategy now at this point, which I guess in reverse of that is going to then mean that he's got medium tyres that are a bit fresher towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I mean, his sectors are good. His sectors are really good. Like, he's keeping that car alive. I mean, he's not as fast as Ura Miyazono, but he's fast enough to as you say, to put himself in a good position for his final stint. Anyway, on board with Valerio Gallo, recovering, of course, from that incident at the start of the race. Valerio loves the Nürburgring. traditionally quite fast around here. Goes to move on Drummond, easy. That's the tyre advantage right there up the inside. The Drummond can do nothing to just allow the move to be made. In the background, look behind Drummond, look, he's caught him. That gap was 3 seconds for their box. Now, Guy Barbara right on the back of Kylian Drummond.
Yeah, he's been driving really well as Guy Barbara. Last time around, a pretty competitive lap time considering where he was in terms of the tyre and fuel strategy at that point. So, as you say, an opportunity knocks here for maybe a top 5 finish, and that'll be a lovely way to bookend what has been a tough season for the Australian driver coming into this event. He only had 1 point on the board, so he's adding a few more to his tally, is Guy Barbara, but let's see how many more he can add here in the grand final, which, just to remind you again, is double points. 24 is your total. That's the maximum that you can get for this one. At the moment, Jose Serrano has won both races, has scored a maximum of 24 points in both of those, and could be set to add more to his tally and absolutely dominate the Nations Cup here tonight.
Serrano, well, he just set a purple sector, and then Gallo took it away there. But on that hard compound tyre, Serrano's flying that hard tyre is actually, I don't think it is 10 seconds lap slower, you know?
No, well, it's certainly not with Jose Serrano. No. That much is for sure. He's just driving so well, and the hard tyre is the one where you have to limit the damage. We know that. We've seen it so many times with drivers. They flick it onto the hard tyre, and then they really struggle. Sasaki's just about to allow Valerio Gallo, who he's got the indicator on, saying, pull to the left, go and overtake us. I'm not going to fight this one there too much. And Gallo goes through and up into 4th.
Now, funnily enough, if you did that at the ring and you indicated that way to points, as opposed to which way I'm going, you get told off. So, tut, Sasaki. Learn your NLS regulations.
I'm sure that'll come in useful. Jose Serrano, you can see the live points rankings on your screen at the moment. It would give him a 19-point advantage over Pol Ura if the checkered flag was thrown now, but still plenty of time for this race to adapt and evolve. Miyazono there in 3rd place. He'll be right on the coattails of this one. So Valerio Gallo, who's in 4th position, he is in a good place here to move his way up, possibly into the top 3 positions in terms of the final order. What's he on at the moment? It would be 37 points if the checkered flag fell now. So he'd have a 4-point deficit to Takuma Miyazono to overhaul him for 3rd.
He's got about 8 seconds to make up to do that time right now because of that spin earlier on. So the thing is, he is catching. But is he catching quick enough? So it's going to have to be a hell of a stint here from Gallo to try and upset that top 3. There is your leader right now, Jose Serrano, looking cool, calm and collected. This man 3.5 laps away from his first individual Nations Cup win, of course, part of Team Spain for 2023 when we had that format. But I really do think there is he must be having those thoughts now. He's starting to think about it.
So if we look at Takuma Sasaki, Kylian Drummond, etc., all those drivers who are sort of in that mid-bubble, as it were, at the moment, how do you turn your race around at this point? You're sort of sat there, a bit in no man's land, really, not in the podium battle, not, you know, on the fringes of the top 10. What do? Do you throw something different at it? How do you change your race and give you an opportunity to maybe fight for a podium?
The only problem is now is that you are committed to your plan. You can't really change what you're doing. You're locked in. So all you can really do is, fuel is probably where you're going to make some dishes up in the pit lane or somewhere else. But otherwise, just drive better, go faster. As my good friend Coyne would say, wheel harder.
On board here we are with Kylian Drummond. Look at him feathering the throttle through that right-handed. The problem with these cars, of course, they're very aerodynamic dependent, and he's in the dirty air all the way through this mid part of it. So he's costing him front downforce as he runs his way through this medium speed set of corners. So you just won't have the same grip as you would do for Takuma Sasaki, who of course is up front there running in clean air.
You can see there Sasaki making a couple of little mistakes through there, and they are little mistakes, so they're getting there wide at Bruton, and this allows Drummond to get a little bit closer, not troubling a lot of these apexes of Sasaki. I think he's just hanging on for dear life through here, as it feels like to be honest when you drive through here. But Drummond's definitely getting ever closer. This section where it's so fast, it almost acts as a straight. I know it sounds silly, but you're still getting the toe. You're just having to try and keep the car facing the straight away, keeping full gas as you come down to this next section of corners. The gap is 8 tenths per second. That is close enough for a draft down the straight.
So looking at Kylian Drummond then, just up in front there is Takuma Sasaki.
He's still there.
Yeah, it certainly is Guy Barbara. He's not hanging about this. He's driving like he's left the gas on, isn't he, in this race, old Guy Barbara. And good to see him having a good run, as we've said a few times there now. And he's right on the coattails, or closing up onto the coattails of those drivers in front. Look at Serrano in terms of the fuel, 2 litres left. It's going to be close, isn't it? He's going to be surely lifting and coasting here at this point. What we need to do really is sort of ride on board and get an idea of the actual speed. Let's have a look at the gap between them. What's it, 5 seconds as it sits now? I think he might just be able to sort of coast it to there. But it's tight there. Very, very fine margins for Jose Serrano, and he just makes it in with 0 litres left. That is as close as you like for the Spaniard. I tell you what, he'll be clenching his way into that pit lane.
I thought I heard him cough there, about that last corner, but no. I mean, he doesn't even look like he cares about that. I was here thinking it was over for Serrano. Like, yeah, just part of the plan, man. This one, but all in hand, all in hand. So it's going to be a long fuel stop for Serrano now, or a longer stop, because he has to now fuel from 0 to the end of the race. So this thing's pretty thirsty as well. Unsurprisingly, it's a lot of power, a lot of downforce to push through that air. So it's a long pit stop. It feels like an eternity now for Serrano. Look how far they're pushing down the field, down to P10. But of course, everybody else needs to make their last stop. This is his last stop of the race. He will push to the end from here.
And it's where he's going to emerge in the pack as well. What you want after a pit stop like this is to emerge in clear air. You don't want a car that's in front of you costing you time and downforce. And as we know, because it's so one line on the majority of the north side of the circuit, you're going to be hemorrhaging time. But thankfully for Jose Serrano, he comes out of the pit lane there in 11th position, so down in last place. But he's got, what, 13.5 seconds. So though he's down in last position at the moment, he's now in the effective race lead. All he needs to do is basically shrink that gap down to Samuel Cardinal as best he can on this medium compact tyre, fresher tyres relative to everybody else around him, and he'll be fine.
It seems like that was quite a long field stop. I mean, I don't think he put too much in. I mean, he knows better than we do, obviously, with his strategy there, but it must feel like an eternity waiting for that to go in.
I mean, I've got to be honest with you, given what it was like going into the pit lane, I'd just stick a couple more litres in the car.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got it, we'll see. I mean, we all know what happened to Kaiser Bruin last year, running out of fuel at the last corner, basically causing a pileup that cost Serrano a chance of winning the Nations Cup then. So I'm sure maybe he's thinking back to that, thinking, yeah, I'll put an extra litre in, just to make sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Speaking of Kaiser Bruin, actually, what a disappointing day he's had at the office. It's such a shame there, because there was a great promise with him getting pole position for that first race, and he kind of thought, oh yeah, okay, maybe now's the time. He's had a podium in the World Series this year, but other than that one-off podium, which I think was in London, if memory serves me correctly, it's just not really fallen in his favour. And we seemed to talk about that last year as well, and again here tonight, same story seems to repeat itself.
Yeah, he's devastatingly fast over a single lap, but unfortunately he just doesn't quite have that consistency needed for that race pace. Can't quite convert. So yeah, I mean, it'll be a learning experience for Kai and for some of the other drivers that haven't performed as maybe they would have hoped to do so. But for now, we go back to this package. Sasaki?
Easy for you to say.
Exactly, it's Sasaki. Drumont and Barbara in the background there, still on to the back of these guys. I do wonder where they're going to end up when we see the last stops at the front of the field. These guys on the hard commander tyres go on to the quicker compound. Will they come back at the cars in front? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, this is what we saw last year, wasn't it? Where you get drivers, they stick it onto the soft commander tyre right at the end of the race. It gives them a massive amount of performance. So let's be fair, it's been a steady race, is being polite about it up until this point. In terms of on-track action, we've seen a few overtakes, but nothing really all that meaningful. A lot of these drivers, they're playing the long game. That's why you're not seeing Sasaki and Drumont knocking 7 bells out of each other at this stage. They're just waiting for the right opportunity to pounce. They're on the hard tyres, they're taking that pain now. And as Jimmy's quite rightly said, they're going to be on the soft tyre at the end of this one, which could bring them right back into play. The gap between themselves and Sasaki, what's that, 5 seconds or so. Sasaki owes the soft tyre there as well. So Sasaki is going to be the one that surely is going to be in the pouncing here, because he's only got 5.6 seconds to Valerio Gallo for that final place on the podium. Gallo is going to be on the hard tyre at the end of this one, so surely you would say Sasaki will be a bit of a bet for a challenge at least for the podium if the likes of Drumont, etc. are not able to close up.
So these are crucial for this chasing pack. They have to maximise his hard tyre as much as they can anyway, put them in the best possible position to chase at the end of this race. Sasaki is still leading up the hill from Drumont in the background. Barbara there as well. Good performance, as you said, from the Australian driver, really doing well. Really just showing that he can be at the sharp end of the field. Things seem to fall his way for the mid-curve. Completely flat through there, and Drumont there, you see just cruising up to the back of Sasaki and probably just lifting a bit there, because here, having that little bit less fuel, having to put a bit less fuel in the car is going to be a big advantage. You have a quicker stop than the guy around you. It's going to put you in the preferred position leading around here for the last couple of laps.
Yeah, Through the carousel we go. No tail here for 4th, 5th and 6th place. As we said, playing the long game in terms of this race, because as they're so close to one another, you know, the gap to Sasaki's again starting to increase a little bit there, with Sasaki versus Gallo up to 6.4 seconds. But you would expect that. Gallo's on the medium compound of tyre at this stage, and you know, he's still got enough life left in it at the moment to clearly be pulling out a gap over Sasaki and the following two drivers. At the sharp end of this one, Miyazono and Ura separated by 0.7 of a second. Meanwhile, Serrano, what was it, 13.5 seconds when he came into the pit lane, now down to just over 10 seconds. So he's able to just run a nice, clean, comfortable, calm race at the moment, Jose Serrano. Exactly what he wants to do, trying to use the undercut, effectively, the different strategy to give him more of a gap. It was only a few tenths of a second when he came into the pit lane, if you remember, for that first pit stop. So when he comes into the pits for the final time and out of it subsequently, he'll hopefully have enough of a cushion so that he's not under any threat on that final lap.
Well, we're only about a minute or so away from finding out where everyone sits after the strategies are all said and done. So there's your tyre history. Only one to do two stops is Serrano. Everyone else has to box. Miyazono and Ura are now going side by side down the straight, I think, just to avoid squabbling. And this is going to be interesting now.
Just to correct my thought, by the way, when I said Serrano coming in, I meant all the other drivers coming in for their final pit stop, because of course Serrano is in the final phase of this race. Then down the Dottinger Hill we go. Miyazono pulls alongside Pol Ura as we come in towards the final couple of corners. Ura not fighting that one too hard. They're again just waiting for their final pit stop, which will surely be coming at the end of this lap. They'll be putting on the hard compound of tyre for the closing stages of this one. All the other field, of course, have got to make their final pit stops. Look at how close it is in terms of fuel. They've got a bit more left in the tank than Jose Serrano did, but not too much.
No. So in they come. Hard compound tyre all round. So Drummond, Sasaki, Barbara, they now pit. They'll go onto that soft compound tyre. They get to hunt rather than be the hunted for the last part of this race. 2 laps here then will decide the winner of the grand final. We'll keep an eye on Serrano. We'll see where he ends up. He's currently going down the back straight at the moment. Fuel going in. This will feel like a very long time for these guys, of course. Only 2 laps needed, though. Much shorter than the stop Serrano had, having to fuel for that extra lap. There they go. Miyazono out, Ura out as well, so both moving. Miyazono opting for less fuel there than Ura, so less to play with whilst leading, but it seemed that he wanted to have track position.
I think it's working out quite nicely here then for Jose Serrano, because although he's not going to gain track position in terms of the race lead at the moment, he's on the medium tyre for the closing stage of this one. So let's see how he comes out into the gap. What's it, 5.9 seconds, but he's got, what, 2 laps left to play with, and he's got a quicker compound of tyre relative to Ura and to Takuma Miyazono. They're now into the final phase of this race, onto the hard compound of tyre, but all they've got to do is try and keep Jose Serrano at bay for another lap and a half. Sounds easy. In principle, it's going to be very, very tough for them to do so.
It is. So Takuma Miyazono, the home driver here, leading the race at the moment, but for how long? Pol Ura 1.4 seconds behind on the same compound of tyre. Jose Serrano, current points leader, 5 seconds behind Pol Ura on the medium compound of tyre. Then there's a little bit of buffer between them and the soft runners. Watch out for Drummond, watch out for Sasaki, watch out for Guy Barbara. They're going to be charging in these last 2 laps. All to play for still here for the last 2 podium positions in the Nations Cup. But if Jose Serrano stays where he is right now, he will be champion. That will be going through his mind right now, Tom. Do I push? Do I keep it safe from here? It's harder than it sounds, trust me.
Yeah, no doubt about it. In terms of second and third place as well, that will be very close, just 3 points in it. At the moment, if the checkered flag fell, it would be Miyazono on 49 points, 46 points there for Pol Ura. Let's have a look then at Sasaki versus Drummond. This is down the Dottinger Hill. Drummond on the attack against the Japanese driver as they came under the bridge. Nice and easy there between those two. Bit of contact. This is where we saw it all kicking off here 12 months ago, but Drummond able to get the better of the Japanese driver and through for 4th position. So a nice easy overtake there for the Frenchman as they've now made their final pit stops. Live points rankings, as you can see on your screen. So Serrano, 3rd place would be enough for him to be crowned as a champion. Miyazono there ahead of Pol Ura. So in terms of 2nd and 3rd place in the standings, Miyazono needs to outscore Pol Ura to be able to do that. At the moment, it's enough for the Japanese driver, what looks to be the outgoing Nations Cup champion. So we'll see how that one is going to work out. 1.5 seconds is the gap between the top 2.
A lot of home support here for Miyazono. People in the crowd with scarves and merch. I wonder where they got that from. I think they make it. I don't know. The Japanese crowd here, definitely one of the cooler ones here. Lots of very interesting bits of supporting memorabilia created by our fans. Jose Serrano, third place right now, catching quickly Pol Ura and Takuma Miyazono, owing to the fact it's in that medium compounder tyre. And he can just push to the end now. That tyre's going to last completely fine. And that'll be a really freeing thought if you're Serrano. You haven't got to save, you haven't got to worry about the car behind you. You can just push forward into the gap in front of you. And surely Pol Ura isn't going to fight too hard.
You wouldn't have thought so, but you know, this is Gran Turismo, this is the World Finals, it's the last chance you've got to do it, and will you get a bit of desperation starting to creep in? We were talking about Valerio Gallo and his podium challenge. You can see he's there on the hard combat of tyre. Look at Drummond, Sasaki and Barbara. This is exactly what we were talking about a couple of laps ago. They're now closing right up on to the back of the Italian driver. And, well, they've got enough time to be able to make it work. The problem is, are they going to come across him at the wrong time on the circuit? Because it's all well one thing closing up here at the Nordschleife, but getting past is such a difficult thing to do, even despite the massive difference in performance between the hard tyres on Gallo's car and the soft tyres on Drummond, Sasaki and Barbara.
He's going to catch him in a really nice place. So just coming out of here there, he hasn't been slowed down at all, and now he's going to just get a free draft all the way up the hill. So a really ideal spot for Drummond to catch Gallo. Will Gallo defend him? We know Gallo had a spin earlier on. He probably knows this race isn't going to get much better than it is right now. So I wonder how hard the Italian is going to defend. Drummond just cruising up to the back then of Valerio Gallo's X2019 car, punching a hole in the air. Will he try and go for a move here from the mud curve? He's getting closer and closer. Looks to the outside here. Will Gallo try and hold the position? He does. He's not going to get much in for free. And they go side by side, breaking down there. But there's the soft compounder tyre. Oh, and wide goes Drummond. He hits the wall. He goes wide. Oh, my word. That could be it for Kylian Drummond there. Just pushing too hard. Gallo defending as he's entitled to do so. And Drummond just puts it wide into the wall.
Well, under investigation for the collision then between Drummond and Valerio Gallo. Let's see what the stewards are able to pick the bones out of with that incident. The upshot is, as Jimmy said, that could easily prove to be the end of the podium challenge. Serrano now through on Pol Ura for second place, though, meanwhile, whilst that was all unfolding behind. So Pol Ura deciding that he can't hold up Jose Serrano, his compatriot at the moment. Serrano's next target, 1.9 seconds up the road. Takuma Miyazono, quick and combat of tyre on the Spaniard's car. It's looking good for 3 wins in 3 races here tonight in the Nations Cup.
He's still got a lap and a bit to go. Big understeer. We saw him go off here earlier on, just about covering it back up again. Jose Serrano, look at him right now. Imagine what you must be feeling. The car is fast. You're on a quick tyre. You can see the gap to the car in front is coming down. And you know, if you can keep this together for just one more lap, you are going to be the Nations Cup champion of 2025. Here he comes then, to the last part of the circuit. I say that, we'll go back to a replay. This is Serrano and Ura. And Ura actually made a mistake. That's why it was so easy to get by. Goes wide that whole act, and Serrano just drives through the gap there. So, yeah, thank you very much, mate. Appreciate that. Off I go. I'm going to go chase down Takuma.
Well, we've seen a couple of mistakes from the 2 Spaniards then here tonight. And, well, Pol Ura, the latest one to do so. See the headlights now illuminating the darkness. Drummond and Gallo, it's been deemed a racing incident. Right call, I feel that was. As we come down the Dottinger Hill then for the penultimate time. The gap now between Miyazono and Serrano down to a second, as they burst their way through and into the darkness. The trophy there on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, that's the one that Jose Serrano wants to be holding aloft. Second place, as we know, would be more than enough for him to be crowned as the champion, but you always want to sign off on a win, don't you? No doubt about it for Jose Serrano. When is he going to pick his moment as we come through to begin the final lap of the 2025 Gran Turismo World Series? It's Miyazono that leads from the fast-charging, medium-shod Jose Serrano. Pol Ura sitting there in third place after that mistake cost him positions on that final lap, the last lap that we went on, penultimate lap of racing. And let's see how quickly Serrano can latch onto the back of Takuma Miyazono and attack the Japanese driver here.
It's not over yet in the midfield either, Tom. We have Drummond, Barbara, Sasaki. They've got by Gallo and are now chasing down Pol Ura. We think that soft tyre is around 10 seconds lap faster than the hard tyre, and there is a 6-second gap between Drummond and Ura. And importantly, Miyazono too, so none of these drivers are safe, bar maybe Serrano. So things could all change in the championship. It seems Serrano's in the pound seat right now, but Miyazona and Yura both trying to make sure they get onto the podium here today. So, and they really will charge hard on this last lap. Here is Serrano then getting closer and closer to the Japanese driver. This must feel great right now, just being in this position for Jose Serrano. Miyazono slow off the corner. I think it's a done deal, Tom Ericats.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's in the slipstream then. Here is Jose Serrano onto Kimi Miyazono down into the chicane. He's got the inside line, and now he takes the race lead on the final lap. Jose Serrano is through to the front of the race with just a lap to go here at the Nordschleife as we come onto the circuit then. And now let's see how quickly Jose Serrano can pull away from Takuma Miyazono. This has been an absolute masterclass in terms of performance for the Spanish driver. Let's not forget, of course, he won the Nations Cup back in 2023 when it was a team effort back in that year, a sort of one-off, as it were. But this would be the first chance for him to be crowned individually as the Nations Cup champion. Third would have been enough. He didn't need to fight for second and indeed the lead of the race, as we just saw, but he wants to sign off with a victory, no doubt about it, and that's exactly what he is set to do here.
So his 5 point standings here. If Kylian Drumont can get up into second place here, he will put himself onto the podium. He will knock Paul Ura or Takuma Miyazono off. So it's not over there for the last couple of podium places. Here's a replay of that move then. This must feel like a victory lap now for Jose Serrano up the inside of Takuma Miyazono. Not much resistance offered there by the Japanese driver. Neither had to go on. So yeah, thanks mate, I appreciate that. I know you can't really fight me. And then off he goes, sparking down the hill there towards the compression at the bottom. What a beautiful image this is.
Just a masterful strategy there from Jose Serrano. You know, took the pain in the middle stint there on the hard tyre, but clearly was calculating that, working out the fact that he was going to drop off the back, have that gap relative to the rest of the field, and just be in a nice, comfortable cushion, nice, comfortable position in the closing stages of that race. You know, able to run his own lines, run his own race, and ultimately it's that middle stint that's given him the chance of that victory, because he just kept so much pace on the hard tyres relative to everybody else.
Well, one Spaniard's pleasure is another one's pain. Paul Ura right now, looking in his mirror, will see this, a train of 3 very fast cars. Dumont, Barbara and Sasaki there, taking chunks and chunks out of the guys in front. Guy Barbara up into 5th position as well there, so he's also looking to try and end off the 2025 season on a high, but the gap down to only 2.8 seconds. So Kylian Drumont, you know, he must be thinking about that mistake he made on the last lap. That cost him about 1.5 seconds, that is. If he had not made that, he'd be with Paul Ura right now.
I suppose the thing as well is Paul Ura also made a mistake a couple of laps ago as well, didn't he? So it's funny how it all ebbs and flows. We just saw Drumont and Barbara under investigation for a collision. We'll try and pick the bones out of that one. Not quite sure who was at fault for it. The stewards just having a look and seeing if anybody indeed was so. You can see Sasaki also still very much latched onto the back of Guy Barbara for 5th position there as well. In terms of the overall standings, it won't make too much of a difference for Guy Barbara. In terms of Takuma Sasaki, though, it could leapfrog him ahead of Valerio Gallo for 5th place in the standings if he's able to jump himself up the order potentially. We'll wait and see how that works out, though. We look here, though, at Kylian Drumont, who is in 4th position. What about Sasaki? Is he going to be able to attack against Guy Barbara? Side by side they run. He's got the inside line here then as Sasaki, but it changes to the outside line as we flick it through the right-hander. Barbara goes deep into the corner, and Sasaki just has to wait to fight another day as Barbara holds firm for 5th place as we come into the carousel. The headlights illuminating the darkness here at the Nordschleife as the sun sets on what has been a spectacular 2025 Gran Turismo World Series, and it's not over yet, but Kylian Drumont is deemed at fault for the incident we saw between himself and Guy Barbara as a 1-second penalty. And is that podium challenge over then for Kylian Drumont with less than half a lap to go?
Yeah, that is huge for Drumont. That is pretty much going to just put paid to his podium chances there. It just goes to show that you have to be consistent. You can't be making these mistakes. You can't be having these contacts. And that really is a reflection of this whole series. One man who has been consistent throughout. To be fair, he made one mistake in this race, but he gathered it up very nicely. Jose Serrano leading out front. The gap is 3.3 seconds. He's only got a couple more corners left and the back straight between himself and putting his hands on that Nations Cup trophy.
Takuma Sasaki then attacking against Guy Barbara, or at least trying to, again, closing up onto the back of him. This is a great little tussle that's going on for fifth position. It may not be the battle for the race win that we've seen so many times here at the Nordschleife in these Red Bull X 2019s, but it's a fantastic tussle and a great example of defensive driving and also respectful driving between two long-time competitors in the Gran Turismo World Series. Through in towards the right-hander we go, on towards the Dössinger Höhe for the final time, and Takuma Sasaki is going to have the advantage of the slipstream here against Guy Barbara as we come down this back straight. Meanwhile, Jose Serrano is comfortably in the pound seats here. He's got a great cushion over the rest of the field, and what a season the Spaniard has put together. What a night he has put together in the GT World Series here in the Nations Cup. Yesterday he was crowned as the Manufacturers Cup champions for Porsche, and back in 2023 he was crowned as the Nations Cup champions as part of a team effort. But now in 2025 he will become his own champion in his own merit as Jose Serrano wins the grand final and becomes the Nations Cup champion of the world in 2025. Takuma Miyazono crosses the line in second place, and Pol Ura finishes in third position ahead of Guy Barbara, who gets the better of Drummond. Sasaki drops down to sixth place at the checkered flag. But what a season Jose Serrano has put together. Absolute dominations, 2 titles in 2 days here in Japan.
What else can be said? This has been Jose Serrano's year. This is the guy that burst onto the scene a few years ago. He was fast but unrefined. And over the course of the last few years, he's found himself, he's found his confidence. And look at the results on circuit. You cannot argue with that. Hey, there is no more deserving champion for 2025 than this man, Jose Serrano.
Fantastic job from Jose Serrano. What a feeling that is going to be. He is quite literally on top of the world at the end of our 2025 Gran Turismo World Series. Angel Enestrosa, as well as Takuma Sasaki, also there celebrating with him. We just saw Pol Ura on the right-hand side of your picture, and well, Pol will be disappointed. He was in a great position going into the event here tonight, but sadly fortune has not fallen in his favour. It has very much fallen in the favour of Jose Serrano, and also he's proven to be extremely intelligent in terms of the strategy calls. This man here, the outgoing champion of Takuma Miyazono, who we just saw a couple of moments ago, well, what a race, what a season, what a brilliant drive from this man. And now he can enjoy it in front of the crowd here in Japan as well. He'll be holding that trophy aloft before too long.
You have to feel for Drummond, you have to feel for Valerio Gallo there. Both drivers, I think, within a shout of maybe being on the podium for the points there, but just mistakes, unfortunately, undoing that. But Serrano really shows intention from the get-go, leading there on the soft tire. But this mistake earlier on, we thought maybe for a flash it could be over for him. Unfortunately, Gallo decided to accelerate into the instant, went into the grass there, and that was his race pretty much over on that one.
Certainly was. You saw Serrano challenging against Pol Ura, though. This was on the opening lap. Then on lap 2, Ura and Serrano actually had a bit of contact after a mistake going in towards the carousel. We also saw Miyazono in the mix there as well. Then once the pit stop started to play out, we saw a divergence in strategy. Serrano went onto the hard tyres on his middle stint, which ultimately was the stint that won in the race. He kept the same pace as a lot of the medium-shod runners around him at this point. Well, ultimately, what that did for Jose Serrano is it allowed him a bit of clear air whilst everybody else made their pit stops a little bit out of sequence, and then he was able to close the gap down from about 13.5 seconds or so down to 8 seconds, which meant that he was in a great position to attack on that medium tyre in the final stint of the race. We saw Drummond coming to blows with Valerio Gallo. We saw an investigation underway on the penultimate lap as well, which ultimately would fall the way of Kylian Drummond being deemed as the aggressor. And this is Jose Serrano attacking against Miyazono, the battle, the victory, the move that got him the race lead as he came across the line to be crowned the 2025 Gran Turismo World Series Nations Cup champion. What a moment, what a feeling that is going to be for the Spaniard. 24 points maximum to score here tonight. Takuma Miyazono in second, Pol Ura is in third place, points all the way down to 10th. Here in Fukuoka. A great way to end a very exciting season, and confirmation, 20 points the advantage that he gets. He couldn't have done any better at all this weekend. He won race 1, he won race 2, he wins the grand final.
So you do it, Grand Slam, and as I said, I don't think we've seen that since Nick Hazel. An amazing result for Jose Serrano.
Absolutely brilliant from Jose Serrano. He won the championship back in 2023 as part of a team effort. Now he's the individual champion in 25. Let's go and catch up with him.
Well, we are down on the floor with the winner, Jose Serrano. So not only did you win, but you won by like 20 points.
That's crazy, eh?
That's winning and some. Like, how do you feel right now? I mean, you've been super consistent. Like, all this year, you've been really dominant. How does it feel?
Honestly, I have no words to describe my feeling right now. I'm super happy. For this year is almost perfect for me. Winning the Manufacturers Cup, Nations Cup today, so super happy.
はい、言葉もないということですけれども、今年は本当にほぼ完璧で、昨日ねマニファクチャラーを勝って、そして今日はねネーションを勝って本当に嬉しいということですが、ほとんど完璧と言いましたけれども、ちょっとミスの時はどう思ったんでしょうか。You said almost perfect. You're finally you have time a little bit to
relax,
cool down, right?
Relax.
You know, what was in your mind when you made a slight mistake in the beginning?
Well, honestly, I did a lot of mistakes during the.
Really, you did?
Yeah. During the soft tire, I did a lot of mistakes, but.
Came in on 0% fuel.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Were you calculating that?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Are you really good at the petrol station? Can you do that?
Yeah, like 40.0 kind of things.
I need it to be 20 euros exactly.
いやゼロで入ってきたのはもう計算通りだったということでね、ジュルスがね、ひょっとしてガソリンスタンド行った時にちょうどギリギリ20リッターとか入れることができる人ですかっていうふうに聞いてましたけどね、ちょっとずつね。Yeah, amazing. The strategy wise, you prepared everything, right?
Yeah, the strategy was perfect. Last year I did the wrong strategy. I think I did soft, medium, and hard, and today I say, okay, I did another strategy and it works perfect, so happy.
Also, no, please.
Okay, can I just connect with the audience?
Sorry.
Yeah, 去年は間違った戦略をやったと思ったので、今年は戦略を練り直して完璧な戦略ができたということですね、ジョース。
I'm too excited. I have no patience. I want to ask 48 questions. But you also, this is quite a fun fact. Would you like to know what Jose's maximum heart rate was during that race?
129.
Wow, 心拍数。
I feel like that's just me normally.
129。129というのがレース中の心拍数の最大だったそうです。Wow.
You're too cool for school.
結構落ち着いてますよね。130以下ってね、200いってもおかしくないぐらいだと思うんですけども、ね、地元のみんなには何か言いたいことはないんでしょうか。Any words for your fans back home in Spain?
In Spanish.
In Spanish, of course.
Of course, yeah. But we can't translate that, so.
Yeah. Well, you can translate it afterwards.
Bueno, por fin puedo hablar español aquí. Estoy muy contento por la victoria. Tenemos afición por ahí, la estamos viendo. Gracias a todos por levantaros temprano desde allí, desde casa. Gracias a todos por seguirme durante todo este año y tú durante todos estos años. Gracias a mi familia por el apoyo también. Gracias a mi equipo de eSports Team Falcons por todo el apoyo este año. Y pues nada, el título se viene a casa, chavales.
You can see them behind you.
Yeah.
You see the flag.
The Spanish flag.
So, can I guess what the translation was? Was it thank you to my family, to my esports team?
Yeah.
Did I miss anyone else?
Thanks for the support or my supporters. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah. All right. So that's from the floor. Back to you, Tom and Jimmy. Congratulations, vamos!
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Sasha. Thank you to Jules there as well. Jose Serrano there just thanking his friends, his family, thanking the Falcons team, thanking Gran Turismo, thanking everybody, basically, for what was a phenomenal season. You can see the outpouring of emotion for the Spaniard there and what it means to him to be crowned as the 2025 Gran Turismo World Series Nations Cup champion.
Vote for your Dunlop driver of the day. Jose Serrano, Takuma Miyazono, or Valerio Gallo are your options there. Get involved with it and let us know on YouTube who you think your driver of the day was from that one. Jimmy Broadbent, I dare say that your Dunlop driver of the day would probably be Jose Serrano, given the performance we saw today.
I mean, how can it be anybody else? I mean, that's not to take away, of course, from the abilities of Takuma Miyazono and Valerio Gallo, but this guy clean sweeps it. He is clearly the driver of the day, the driver of the year.
Yeah, amazing performance from Jose Serrano. Full credit to Takuma Miyazono, to Valerio Gallo there as well. Miyazono eventually finishing second in the standings. Pol Jura in third place there as well. And I have to say, it has been a very exciting season in the Gran Turismo World Series. I'm looking forward to 2026 already. Can't wait. But I have to say, for now, Jose Serrano, phenomenal season. And just tonight, I mean, in particular, there was no sense that he was flustered, that he was bothered, that he was even under any pressure.
You've got to think about what this weekend's been like for him, right? Okay, so he raced all of yesterday, won the Manufacturers' Cup.
Spoiler.
Spoiler, with Team Porsche. And then comes here, wins every damn race, and then wins the last one. I think one of the biggest gaps we've seen points-wise from first to second as well. Gets out and says, oh, yeah, my heart rate was like 120. Actually, Man, I did that walking up the stairs.
I know, I said to you, it was a bit like he was driving to the shops. It was so calm and collected. Brilliant job from Jose Serrano. Let's get the podium celebrations then underway here in Fukuoka. Podium celebrations to begin here in Japan in front of the crowd for the Gran Turismo World Series World Finals. Please welcome on to the stage, in third position for the GT World Series Nations Cup, it is Pol Jura!
表彰式ネーションズカップ第3位はポール・ユラ、スペイン。
Pol Jura being congratulated by the crowd. Please welcome in second place for the Gran Turismo World Series Nations Cup from Japan, it's Takuma Miyazono!
そして2位は日本の宮園拓磨。
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 2025 Gran Turismo World Series Nations Cup World Champion from Spain, Jose Serrano!
ネーションズカップチャンピオン、スペインのホセ・セラノ。
Now, ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Spain.
スペイン国歌起立をお願いします。
Jose Serrano, the 2025 Gran Turismo World Series Nations Cup Champion of the World here in Fukuoka, Japan, the venue for the World Finals. Now time for the podium trophies to be presented. Third place, Hitoshi Hino from Dunlop makes his way onto the stage.
3位のプレゼンターはダンロップの日野仁様です。
And Hino-san awarding the third place trophy to Spain's Pol Jura.
3位のポール・ユラにメダルを贈呈いたします。
Second place trophy being presented by Andreas Schicker from Corsair Fanatec as he makes his way onto the stage.
2位のプレゼンターはコルセールファナテックアンドレアス・シッカー様です。
The second place medal being presented to Japan's Takuma Miyazono.
メダルが2位の宮園選手に贈られます。
And finally, please welcome onto the stage Gran Turismo Series producer Kazunori Yamauchi.
そして1位のプレゼンターはグランツーリスモシリーズプロデューサーの山内和則さんです。
Yamauchi-san firstly presenting the medal to Jose Serrano, and now the trophy.
メダルに続いてトロフィーの贈呈です。
Jose Serrano, the 2025 Gran Turismo Nations Cup champion.
Oh my goodness, this is it's the end of our 2025 season here for Gran Turismo World Series, and what a season it has been. Tom and Jimmy, how are you feeling? Nostalgic?
Yeah,
tired? Jet lagged?
Very tired, very tired.
We were treated to a lovely series of races tonight, and I think by far and away we have one of the most well-deserved Nations Cup champions of all of these events, and it was just a pleasure to watch it.
Yeah, completely echoing the sentiments of Jimmy there. That was a masterclass from Jose Serrano. We saw some brilliant driving. Okay, we didn't quite get the grandstand finish that we're used to seeing in the GT World Series, but that was a fantastic display of just how to do it, pull the strategy right, and ultimately consistency, as we know, that's what creates champions.
Consistency is king, people!
Yeah. 本当に素晴らしいセラノのね、本当にどのレースも素晴らしい走りだったんですけれども、やっぱりね、宮園選手も本当に素晴らしい走りをしたと思います。And it was a year for Serrano, but I need to mention that Miyazono showed his spirit.
Oh, yeah, very, very much so, yeah.
宮園選手も本当に素晴らしかったと思います。
Yeah, very, very much so. But every single one of these drivers fights, you know, it's not taken lightly, and they've got a lot of hard work and a lot of dedication to be here, and it really is the best of the best. Okay, so it's not, I know it's over for now, but it's not totally over, because we are coming back in 2026. Fancy a little trip to Abu Dhabi? Well, that's very high. Abu Dhabi?
アブダビがありますね。皆さん、アブダビにもぜひ来てください。Yep. What's going on in Abu Dhabi next year?
Well, we're going. Round one of Gran Turismo World Series is going to be coming to you live from there. The first time we're going to the Middle East. That's very exciting for all of us and for all of the competitors. And we're excited to come and meet some of the community from the Middle East as well. I think that's going to be really nice.
Absolutely, yeah. Really, really exciting venue for us. As you say, brand new venue for the GT World Series. Entering our 9th year, Jules. I can't believe it. We're getting so old.
Yeah.
9th year 2026.
来年は9年目ということになりますけれども、初の中東のレース、アブダビ、ぜひ皆さん注目していただきたいと思います。第一戦です。Yeah.
We're really old now, Sasha. Look at us. We need a before and after picture.
Yeah.
Year 1, year 9.
We should.
We really don't need to do that. We're going to set up in Zimmer frames next year, I reckon, or like, you know, something like that.
Well, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in Abu Dhabi. I don't know. Well, look, it's been our sincere pleasure to bring you the Gran Turismo World Series for 2025. We will be back next year with more. Thank you for joining us. Goodbye.
Sayonara.
PlayStation Hi.